courtroom feels wonderful. I commend everybody. The courtroom is so much more comfortable today, so I am very pleased with that. All right, Mr. Boyd, come on back around. All right, we broke for lunch. Ryan, you're still on the oath. Gave you ammunition, you not discuss your testimony with anyone whatsoever. Did you have any conversation with anyone about your testimony today?
No, sir.
Very well. All right, Mr. Moss, your witness.
Mr. Boyd, did you get something?
I'll tell you about 3 bites.
All right, we talked a lot about the hullabaloo you were going through earlier in the years with your ex. We'll shift gears a little bit. I'm going to suggest to you that one of the assertions that you've seen is you were having a bad day on September 9th because you posted for sale things, right?
Correct.
Tell us what you posted and tell us about how that culminated into you posted on that day.
Two items that got posted for sale were a new 4Runner and an engagement ring. Keep in mind, we had just gone through this split, and it was time for me to try to get some stuff back because the 4Runner had been purchased. I mean, obviously, you naturally assume you're going to marry this person, so she was going to be helping out with the business. 4Runner was purchased through the business because she was going to be helping with the business. That was the anticipation. We're no longer getting married. She's not going to be working in the business. I can't keep that card for that purpose. So I needed the card back. The other thing was the engagement ring. I asked for that back, and in the list of demands that we had gotten that we spoke on earlier, one of the things that they put on there was that they were going to keep the car, and if I took the car back, then for the rest of the 18 years with the child, I'd have to do all of the driving. That she would do no driving, and the car would be theirs, or the car would be returned, but then if I wanted to see my child, I had to do all of the driving. They refused to give the ring back, said that they wanted to give it to Hunter, my son, one day. Another reason that we went and got an attorney, and she sent out a letter and she told them that the car and the ring will be returned, that she listed the reasons why. They arranged a date. They responded. That was the first time we'd gotten attorneys involved. They responded and agreed to return the car and the ring. And this was kind of a relief because
Well, I mean, coincidentally, when was the deadline for them to return?
That Saturday of the incident.
Same day of the incident?
Yes, sir.
How long has this been going on?
I don't know the time frame, but I think the letter got sent a few weeks before, but the request for it back had been made maybe a month and a half before that, somewhere in there.
And it was your demand, right?
It was my demand.
Relayed first by you, is that right?
By me, responded with in that letter, the demand letter back, and then my attorney at the time, she took the situation over and she sent it out and sent the demand letter.
And what specifically was the demand?
The car and the ring were to be returned on this date.
By a particular time, right?
What's that?
By any particular time?
By any particular?
By any particular time on that day?
I don't. There was a time on there, but I don't remember the time that was written on it.
Okay. Now, were you involved in any way in that collection or retrieval of the car and the ring?
No, I didn't want to add any kind of confrontation to the situation. I didn't want to add any kind of tension. I just felt I had things to do at the beach. I felt it was best for other people to handle it. I had a few family members step up. They agreed to handle it.
And how'd they handle it?
They went to the drop-off location after it was dropped off and collected both the items.
Okay. And when they collected them, how'd that happen?
They drove up, car was sitting there. One of them got out, unlocked the car, checked the cup holder. The ring was in the cup holder. And then I think we had a little group chat going. They sent a picture where the other party was sitting in their car across the street filming them. And I think we went on. It was kind of a big relief.
Was it upsetting?
No, that was a relief because I paid on the car monthly, so I knew that car payment was going to be off of me. I'd gotten the car at a good deal, so I knew I was going to be able to resell it and get a little bit of money back, and then I was going to sell the ring and use the money from both to fund my custody battle. So I was pretty glad everything was coming together.
So you were pleased by that result?
I was.
And you posted on social media these things for sale that day, right?
Yes, listed those items for sale.
Is that in any way related to Scott Spivey or what happened afterwards?
Not in any way whatsoever.
It just happened to be on that day?
It just happened to be on that day.
All right. When the exchange was made, anything notable about that caused the family to talk or report things to you?
They sent the picture of the people sitting across the street filming them, and I think I responded with some laughy faces because, I mean, why do that? But it's just not surprising.
Were you mad about it?
No.
Were you surprised about it?
No, everything was planned. This was the expectation of the day.
So, and what was the other expectation of the day? You were heading to the farm, right?
We were going to go to the farm. I was going to get all that stuff unloaded, unhook the trailer, unload all the stuff into the barn, start trying to organize where we were going to store the stuff, and then get ready for the next day.
Okay. Who was invited to this gathering for the next day?
Oh, Lord, Mr. Moss. I think.
I submit to you, I wasn't.
Sorry. My sister, mom, dad. I invited another friend, his wife, and his 2 kids. I believe my grandmother was coming. Bradley's wife and kid may have been coming. I can't remember exactly. Bradley was going to be there. There might have been 1 or 2 others. I can't remember.
It was intended to be a gathering of family and friends.
Yes, we were going to cook out.
Okay. So, anything else that was in your mind that afternoon besides getting these fans and going on to the farm?
No, my mom was just on the farm. I was ready to get out of there.
All right. We'll jump around a little bit on you.
Okay.
You called 911, right?
I did.
Let's try. We're gonna play that in a few minutes. Let you talk to us about it. But you, at some point along this journey, you called them.
Yes, sir.
And you kept them on the phone as you were driving to Camp Swamp Road, right?
Yes, sir.
From the time you first called them until you got to Camp Swamp Road, you were on the phone.
Yes, sir.
And you were on the phone with them until after the shooting stopped. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, when we saw some video, it'd be fair to say you were excited, right? To see?
Yes, sir.
Maybe excited is not the right word. You were. What would you call it?
I think I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do. I mean,
You ever been in that situation?
never. I was frantic, which may appear excited. I didn't know what to do. All I can remember is what they taught you years before in a CWP class, call the police, ask witnesses not to leave, don't touch anything, and document. That's all I remember.
Is that what you did?
That's what I did.
All right. You stayed right there until they got there, right?
I stayed right there and waited for the police to arrive.
Now, did you cooperate with the directions given to you by law?
Every direction given to me.
Well, now, they did tell you to sit down one time and you didn't sit down, right?
Maybe. I don't remember.
Well, the video has what it has, but the point is you didn't refuse any direction by law enforcement, did you?
No, and if I didn't sit down when they told me to, it wasn't intentional.
And you didn't refuse to answer any questions by law enforcement, did you?
I have never refused to answer a single question from the time this happened to today, and I won't refuse to answer any questions today.
All right. So you cooperated, in your opinion, did you cooperate fully in the investigation?
Yes, sir.
And you had asked the dispatcher to send an officer to you, right?
I begged him. I begged him.
Okay. And did you ask for an officer before there was a shooting event?
I did.
Okay.
And I even warned that officer that I felt like this man might shoot at them, to police.
Okay.
Careful.
While on the scene, you answered what you were asked, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you called some people from that scene, didn't you?
I did.
And you remember who they were?
I believe I called you, I called Brandon Strickland, and I called my mom, I think.
Okay. So let's break that down. Why did you call me?
Part of that CWP class, from what I remember, is when something like this happens, you call an attorney.
And I came there,
Yes, sir.
but I didn't get to you. How long did it take?
It took a little bit.
You know why I didn't get to you?
No, sir.
Yeah. You know where I was?
You were down. I know you were down the road, but that road, I think, was probably pretty backed up.
Well, barricade, right?
Yeah.
And you called your mom, and it showed up in some of these recorded calls.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's talk for a minute about the phone calls, how they got publicized, or widely known about. That night, did you show your phone to the investigating officers?
I did.
Okay. You ever try to hide anything about what was on your phone from that event?
No, sir.
Did you volunteer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have any idea in your mind that these phone calls were being recorded?
That wasn't on my mind at that time.
Okay. Some of them were with your mom. Some were with Brandon Strickland. I don't remember his rank at the time, but he wasn't deputy chief. He was some other rank, right?
Yeah, I think so.
And ultimately, he didn't come, did he?
No, sir.
He didn't come to the scene. And
Right.
you asked him to come to the scene, didn't
Yes, sir.
you? And he didn't come.
Right.
And your parents, you asked them to come to the scene, right?
I did.
And ultimately, they weren't allowed to, right?
No, sir.
Okay. So, and you asked me,
Yes, sir.
and I was never allowed to either in terms of getting to the inside the tape. Is that right?
Correct. They made you stand in the median.
Okay. After that event on the scene, well, let me say this. Let me ask this. The detectives didn't really talk to you on the scene, did they?
No, sir. They just
I mean,
kind of.
subsequently they did.
Right.
But they did talk to you, right?
Yes, sir. We got put into separate vehicles and taken to, I don't know what they call that little, it was like a police department, but it was a teeny one. I don't know.
Precinct.
Precinct. Near the scene, maybe.
Near Bell and Bell.
Near Bell, but yes, sir. Bell and Bell.
We call it Highway 57, the North Precinct Office for your information. So you were put in one police car with an officer, right?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Williams was put in one police car with an officer, right?
Yes, sir.
And driven to the North Precinct Office.
Correct.
Okay. And did you offer to ride with me up there?
Did I what?
Did you offer to ride with me up there, you and Mr. Williams,
To ride with you?
instead of the officer?
No, sir.
You don't remember? Okay, well, let's move on. But you rode with him, okay?
Right.
And when you got, before you left the scene, I want to ask you this, and I may have already, I don't mean to be repetitive, but did you know any officer on that scene?
I didn't know a single person up there.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. Do you remember an officer passing a note of any kind to you? Or not passing it, but showing you something?
I do, yes, sir.
What do you remember about it?
We're sitting on the trailer. The officer that's parked directly behind the trailer backs up from his door. I think he shut the door, but he walked towards us. He had a clipboard, and we're sitting there, and I don't remember the manner in which he did it, but he flashed the clipboard at us, stared at us, and I looked at it, and then I believe Bradley saw it too, turned around, and then he went away, and that's how I remember it happening.
To your knowledge, have you ever seen that officer in your life before that evening?
I have no idea who that guy was that night.
Do you know who he was who's here today?
No.
Did you know why he was showing you that?
No, and I wish he had never done that.
Did you tell anyone that he did that?
We tried not to talk to anybody, but as soon as they let us get to you, that's the first thing I told you before anything else was
I don't want
said.
you to get involved in too much about what you told me unless we have some context. Somebody else there when you told me that.
Bradley was there.
Okay. And was it a surprise to you that some officer you don't know showed you this note?
I didn't know what he meant by I was totally dumbfounded by it. I mean, what do you say to that? What do you do to that? Act like a victim. I mean, I am a victim. I'm sitting here at a scene where someone just tried to shoot me and we had to shoot back. And you walk up and you just flash that at me. And then immediately I knew this was bad because I didn't ask for that. That is not what I needed you to do. It's not what I asked you to do. I don't know this guy. He just walked up and did it to me.
Well, you've had a couple of years to reflect on it. Do you have any idea what he might have been doing now?
I have thought about this over and over and over because this has made me look guilty of something that I didn't do. And all I can do is just try to figure out why he did it, why he felt led to do it. The only thing that I have come up with is I was in a frantic state. I was up. I think my adrenaline was probably still going. I'm pacing back and forth. I'm trying to get people on the phone. I don't know if maybe he just wanted me to calm down and just chill. I don't know if he thought that he was helping. I can't speak for why someone else did something. All I can do is try to understand it, but I don't know why he did it.
Well, that goes for Mr. Spivey too, doesn't it? You can't speak for why he did what he did.
Very much so.
And that, we'll get back to that in some of these phone calls. So you went to the precinct office.
Correct.
You walked in. Have you ever been there before?
No, I didn't know that was back there. I'd been to the DMV. I didn't know that's what that thing. It's behind the DMV. I didn't know that's what that was.
No. There were numerous officers there, right?
Correct.
Some have testified here. They went there. Bradley was there.
Yes.
And I can't. Is that right?
Yes.
Other than Bradley and me, did you know anybody in that precinct office?
I didn't know anyone. I was looking around and I didn't know a single person in there.
They wanted to talk to you, didn't they?
Yes, I did.
At that time, you were talking to a detective.
Correct.
Do you remember who it was?
Detective Alan Jones.
You hadn't met him before, huh?
No, sir. Just at the scene, he walked up and I think he took our IDs maybe, He got something from us and then walked off, but then I didn't see him again until the precinct.
Okay. Was that scary?
Yeah, the entire thing was scary.
At any time during your interview with the detectives at the precinct office, did you refuse to answer a question?
No,
Did you explain to them everything that you perceived?
everything I saw, I explained it as quickly as I could, as I remembered it, in detail, and answered every single question asked of me. I never pushed back. I wanted to be helpful.
In fact, you taking some pictures, right?
I did take pictures
And from your phone.
from my phone.
And you pulled it up and showed them, right?
I pulled my phone out, it was already on the date, but scrolled down to where the picture started, showed Detective Alan Jones, and I said, I showed him what I had, and then he went through what I had, and he told me what he needed from what he saw on there. And then I believe he gave you a link. Someone got a link. And what's happening?
We're going to show some of those pictures in a minute.
I believe there was a link, and my attorney told me to everything that Detective Jones wanted to send to him, and that's what I did. But he had unrestricted access to my phone at that point.
Who did? The detective or me? I want to make sure.
Detective Alan Jones.
He had unrestricted access to your phone.
Yes, and I offered that. I mean, that was,
Do you remember talking to Detective Jones that night specifically about this tablet?
vaguely, yes. Around this time is when I start to my memory starts to kind of get blurry a little bit on fine details.
Well, let's talk about this tablet, because it's been asserted in this case that you would have had pictures or video on the tablet. You're aware of that, right?
Correct.
Is that true?
It is not true,
Tell me how you know it's not true.
because I did not film anything on that tablet.
What was that tablet for?
We used that tablet because it had I went to AT&T, I got a SIM card put in it, so it had service. And when we would do our road trips or we just drive around town, or just whenever, I would put YouTube on that tablet, and we would play music videos on it just to listen to. Long road trips, I'd put documentaries on there so we could listen to documentaries. It was for entertainment purposes only.
To your knowledge, was there a video on that tablet at any time that you owned the tablet?
One video, yes.
Was it related to Mr. Spivey or this incident at all?
No, sir, and it was from the beginning of that year. It wasn't even the same time frame.
And I don't want you to be real specific, but I want you to tell me the nature of that video.
That was a video that a female had sent me and has nothing to do with this case.
It would be fair to say it was maybe risque,
It was risque.
and it was on that tablet,
It was on that tablet.
and you deleted it, didn't you?
I did delete it right before I got into my relationship earlier that year. I deleted that video because I felt like that wasn't really respectful to keep that on there, and that wouldn't be a good conversation if that was found on there. So before I entered into that, I deleted it off that tablet.
And you said before you got in a relationship earlier that year, when specifically did you delete anything from that tablet that was a video?
The beginning-ish of March of 2023, sorry.
Long before September.
Long before September.
So it is true to say that you deleted a video from the tablet at some point in time.
It is true.
What about as it relates to this incident? Anything on that tablet?
There's nothing on that tablet from this incident.
Was there ever anything on the tablet?
There was never anything on that tablet from this incident.
Have you ever said there was anything on that tablet from this incident?
Not that I can recall, no.
Okay. Now, the tablet was in the truck the night of the incident, right?
It was mounted on the dash about right here.
Okay. And indeed, some of the photos you can see it, right?
You can see it, yes, sir.
And so you don't dispute there was a tablet on the dash, and it could have been capturing images or film if it were programmed to do so, right?
Yeah, if you wanted to use it for that purpose, it can be used for that purpose.
Did you ever use it for that purpose as a dash cam at any time?
No, it doesn't even make sense to use that tablet as a dash cam because the way dash cams work is they record on a loop, so they don't have to have 3 terabytes of storage. They'll roll, you'll drive for 10 minutes. If there's no incidents in that 10 minutes, I'm using 10 minutes, but it could be longer. If there's no incidents inside that 10 minutes, then it loops back and it re-records over itself. That's how dash cams work. Tablets, this particular tablet, it can't record like that. It records until the memory's full, which means you'd have to go in every few hours, delete the video, reboot, restart the recording, and go, and it would always be up. And to record video on there, you can't run any other apps like YouTube. So if I'm trying to drive and use that as a dash cam, then I cannot use the tablet for its intended purpose of watching music videos or listening to music or listening to a documentary or a podcast or an ebook on there.
Well, who else uses tablet to listen to music or podcast or YouTube while it was in that truck?
My ex-fiance,
And who else besides her?
Bradley.
Okay. I'm talking about your ex-fiance's family.
Oh, her little sister.
Okay. And they would control it.
Yeah, they would unhook it. You see how it's right there? They would unhook it from there, and then whatever seat they were sitting in, they would hold it and then hijack it so that I couldn't. They wanted to listen to Taylor Swift nonstop, and they knew I didn't want that. So.
And sometimes they take it to the back seat.
That was Jordan's favorite place to take it because I couldn't reach it back there, and she found it funny that my algorithm would always be messed up for weeks with Taylor Swift after she was done with it.
And that actually showed up with some of your communications with her that was disclosed in this case, right? That
It did.
conversation about your algorithm being messed up.
Yes, sir.
Now, you never told anybody at the precinct office that this tablet had any kind of video related to this scene, did you?
No, sir.
And you never told anybody that this tablet was used as like a dash cam on the highway, right?
I did not do that.
But you're aware that allegation's been made, right?
It's been made, and they push it hard.
Who pushed it? Well, let me rephrase that. Who made it, from your understanding, from the discovery?
From the discovery is Mr. Tinsley.
Well, no, he got it from somebody.
Jordan.
And what about anybody else in Jordan's family?
Emily J.
Who's that?
That's her little sister.
Okay. And when did that happened during this domestic dispute, didn't it?
It did.
When you were fighting for custody?
Yeah, I believe she alerted them that I used that as a dash cam because I always felt like people were going to hit me and sue me, so I always had a dash cam running.
Do you ever have a conversation like that with Jordan or Emily?
No. In fact, Thursday before we went on our co-parent trip, I was sitting in a Mexican restaurant and I looked at Jordan while she was telling me that she wanted no part of this case. And I said, Jordan, you're well aware that I don't use that tablet for a dash cam. That tablet so you can listen to Taylor Swift and ruin my algorithm. And she laughed.
Let's move on from that for a minute. Well, not too far. The police took the tablet in the truck, right?
They took the tablet, left with the truck.
When did you next have possession of the tablet?
After SLED had completed their dump on the tablet.
Okay. Now, you heard Mr. Tinsley say they gave the truck back to you, and you tried to get into that protected demise.
Correct.
Did you receive your truck back personally?
I did not receive my truck. I would not walk outside and look at it. I couldn't handle it.
Do you drive that truck today?
No.
Do you know what happened to the tablet from the time of that night until SLED got their hands on it?
Only in the last few months while we were prepping for this, because I finally said, someone tell me what did happen to the tablet, and it was explained to me that When we took delivery of the truck, it was my mother and father who met the tow truck driver at my condo outside. They cleaned the truck out. They removed a tablet from the truck. They left my condo, and drove straight to the law office of Mr. Moss and delivered the tablet to him.
Who cleaned the truck out?
My mother,
And the glass and everything, the debris and all that stuff.
mom, dad.
Okay. In the days after this event, do you remember receiving a request, the county police wants your phone?
I do remember that.
Okay. How'd you feel about it?
I felt this is the first time in this entire thing I felt uncomfortable cooperating.
Why?
Due to the connections between them, Mayor Marilyn Hatley, City Manager Mike Mahaney, and the other people that I knew we had issues with that had already inserted themselves, from what I'd been told, into this investigation, or attempted to.
You've been told that by credible sources, right?
Yes, sir.
No, don't give me the name and tell me if they force you to give the name, give the name. But right now, I just want to know the position of the person who's concerned.
At that time, that individual was a council member of North Myrtle Beach.
And he confirmed to you what?
That they had a personal interest in this, and that they wanted to be involved to get information and be kept in the loop.
And that concern.
It's very concerning knowing that everything that goes to law enforcement becomes part of an investigation, and therefore it becomes public record as the investigation, and they can just take what they want from it and use it. They can use it against me to embarrass me, smear me, and have inside information on things that I may be planning. I mean, there's such a long list of what an angry politician will do with
A little bit of power.
a little bit of power.
What kind of stuff was on your phone?
Banking apps, passwords in my notes, which everyone has. There was financial information in there. There were ideas in there. There was trial strategies in there for the custody battle. There were personal photographs. There were, that list just doesn't end. There was crypto information in there, keys for crypto that
Who had you learned that Mayor Hatley was trying to talk to?
the chief of Horry County Police Department. And I know for a fact that that phone call happened, and because it was said that they felt like they needed to be involved in the investigation and kept in the loop. And at that time, I later learned in that conversation they were told no, but I did not have that information at that time.
You were not interested, to be fair to say, in giving Horry County Police your phone, is that right?
Not because I didn't trust the officers, because I didn't trust the politicians trying to get in there.
What did you offer instead?
Our counter offer was for SLED to conduct it.
So it was, I want to know specifically from you, whose request is it that SLED do this and not Horry County Police?
That was my request, Your Honor.
Now, your phone, when this conversation happened, but they're going to want to dump your phones, and we got in this back and forth. What did you do with your phone when you received that information that they wanted, you weren't going to give to the police?
Once I received that phone, I went to AT&T in North Myrtle Beach. I purchased a new phone, got it activated. Once it was up and running, I took that phone the same day, a few hours later, directly to Mr. Moss's office and left it with him.
Now, that was, you remember how many days after September 9th it was?
For reviewing everything, I think I did that on Wednesday, the week after.
It'd be fair to say when the recording stopped, right?
When the recording stopped, yes.
Up to that point, did you even think about the recordings that was going on?
No, those weren't in my mind. No. At that point, I was struggling every day. I wouldn't think about that.
No. You don't know what happened after you brought it to me, do you?
No, y'all wouldn't tell me where it was, what was going on with it. Y'all wouldn't give me information on it.
Well, did you need information on that?
No, I'm just saying once it went to y'all, that was the end of my involvement with that phone.
Well, maybe not. You remember you had to come back to my office to sign a form?
To sign the form, yes, sir.
You signed consent forms, didn't you?
I did sign the consent forms.
And you gave in those consent forms, what? What consent did you give?
The same parameters. This is for the phones, right? Yeah.
What do you remember? I'll show you the document if you want to see it, but I just want to ask you what you remember.
What I remember is that we consented from the day of the event forward, indefinitely.
For anything?
For anything.
Anything created September 9th or after?
Correct.
On your phone. And anything September 9th or after on what else?
On the tablet as well.
Did you really care about the tablet being September 9th or after?
No.
But that's what the form said, right?
Correct.
Now, you came to the office and signed those forms, right?
I did.
With me,
Yes.
and you met me on the weekend, right?
I did.
What do you recall about anything on that phone that you deleted on that day, which would have been the weekend before SLED picked it up?
I asked you if I could delete some sexually explicit images.
Were those created on or after September 9th?
No, sir. I just knew as soon as this stuff gets dumped, it goes into public record, and who would see it?
Did you delete anything from your phone that had anything to do with Scott Spivey or the investigation of the incident of September 9th or anything after September 9th?
Off the phone itself, no, sir.
Was there anything going on at that time with you deleting something and reappearing?
Yeah, one of that image, I didn't know how this stuff worked. So you delete something, and then it comes. If you don't delete it, you delete off the device, but you also have Google Backup, where Google Backup will if you don't turn off a setting, it will reapply photos if you update your phone or something like that, or hard dies, restarts. I think that was where the issue was coming from. I didn't know you had to go into your Google Backup and delete it there or turn off that setting to make that happen, which caused an image to continue to reappear.
This particular image, right?
Yes, sir.
That you wanted to delete.
Correct.
And you did delete it.
I did delete it.
In my office.
In your office.
On when?
I don't remember the date.
Well, before it was picked up by SLED.
Before it was picked up by SLED.
Was it at the time you were signing the forms?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have any concern whatsoever about anything on that tablet?
No, sir.
And other than maybe the embarrassment of the sexually explicit photo, did you have any concern about anything on your phone after September 9th?
No, sir.
What did you understand SLED was going to do with that data when you gave your consent?
My understanding was they were going to go within the parameters, they were going to dump and have access to everything on the day of forward and use it for their investigation, and I guess I would have made myself available to address any concerns or questions.
And Your Honor, it's in the record. I'll be happy to present it if you're of interest, but there were some things you excluded from the consent, right?
There were, but I don't remember. I didn't review that document before today.
Let's look at it. This is on. Make sure we get in it. Now, I don't feel the need to mark this as exhibit unless the money is prior, but it was attached to the pleading in the motion. The attorney Kennedy filed seeking to compel SLED. You'll recall we had a conversation with 2 months about it. And it was exhibit A, B, and C of that motion. I don't know if I can show them this document. take a look at it, let's talk about it. If we have to mark it, we will.
I'm so sorry.
Several documents now.
Okay.
Now that one's got, I submit to you, there's 2 pages, but and you may not know this, my recollection was it was front and back, but you've got 2 different pages. So I don't want you to get them out of order. Let's take this one.
Okay.
Now, is that your signature?
It is my signature.
And on the back page, you know what this is?
That was me giving SLED the access pattern to access my device. I drew it out and everything so they would know exactly how to get in.
Have you changed it now that somebody's made it a public record?
I no longer use that method to access my devices.
All right. What did you say that you were going to allow and that you were going to exempt from their ability to download your phone?
To allow SLED all data created on or after September 9th, 2023.
Everything.
Everything. I wasn't, everything. Any phone call activity log or text message to 910-625. Do I need to read the last?
Let's not read the phone numbers, but...
Yeah, I didn't want to do that. That would have been Spivey's phone. Regardless of date.
Let me... You didn't know that was Spivey's phone, did you?
No, it's written here.
Okay, and who prepared that phone?
SLED.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you didn't know that number. You don't know that's Spivey's number because you ever talked to Spivey, right?
Right.
Okay. Please proceed.
Oh, I said, yeah, no, I didn't know that was his number. I was just reading the name attached to it in this document. Regardless of date of call or text, and the exclusions, or exclude the content of any written communication between Boyd and attorney Kenneth Moss, skipping phone numbers, and Boyd and attorney Heather Von Herman, skipping numbers.
Now, who was attorney Heather Von Herman?
She was who was beginning my custody battle litigation.
Is that who made the demand for returning the ring?
That is who made the demand.
Okay.
The second exclusion, Your Honor, was exclude the content of any written communication between Boyd and Kenneth Bradley Williams that relayed legal advice or direction from either attorney Kenneth Moss or attorney Robert Lee.
Now, attorney Robert Lee was who?
That was Bradley's attorney. Oh, I'm sorry.
Now, that's on your phone.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Let's talk about the tablet.
Okay. Is this the tablet sheet or is this one?
Well, one of them's yours and one of them's Bradley's.
That's Bradley Williams.
So let's lay that aside.
Okay.
And let's talk about what you consented to on the tablet.
All right, it's the same way we just did it.
Can we just summarize it?
I'm sorry?
Can you lead him on this one?
Who prepared this form?
I've learned that's a no-no.
Something like this,
It's only a
something like
no-no
this.
when the judge says it is. Right
Okay.
now, he's saying you need to lead you.
It's not telling me what happened, that's, can you read this? And
It is the
can you
same-
read so-
It is the same exclusions and the same allowed.
And on the back, is there a password?
There's no password
And why is that?
because I don't believe he uses a password. Oh, this is the tablet. Not Brett. There is no password on the tablet.
Was there ever a password on the tablet?
No, there was never anything on it to need to lock it.
All right. So SLED was going to get the data except for what's been exempted. And did you know anything about that process? How they do it?
No, that's over my head.
Okay. Did you have any understanding that SLED was going to give the information to anybody else outside of law?
No, I didn't agree to that. I agreed to give it to SLED for security concerns.
Do you know who SLED gave it?
They gave it to Horry County.
the very agency that you refused to cooperate with on your data, right?
Yes,
So they gave it to you.
correct.
And what did Horry County do with it?
Published it.
Well, they gave it to the lawyers in this file on my subpoena, right?
Right.
And they gave it to other lawyers too. And then it got published, didn't it?
It did.
And some of what got published was phone calls that were within these exclusions, right?
Correct.
Like phone calls with me.
At our first deposition, Mr. Tinsley even told you in the back room, I've got the calls between you and Boyd, and I know your trial strategy.
It was a very call.
Your Honor, I mean, first of all, that didn't happen. It wasn't in the back room. And second of all, I mean, it's an outright lie to say that. I told Mr. Moss that those calls were included, that because they were attorney-client privileged, and I had not listened to them before the deposition.
I submit to you that's exactly what Mr. Tinsley told me, but it did happen in the back room.
All right.
Point
He
is,
needs to answer questions and not keep telling you what somebody else told y'all. Okay? So you characterize your questions carefully to do that. I don't want y'all to have to testify.
I'll do what I can.
I'm sorry.
Do you understand what the judge instructed?
I do now, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I want to switch gears a little bit. I want to play this 911 call in a few minutes. Right now, I want to talk about what happened. Well, one more question. Benji Spivey. Who's that?
I didn't know.
Benji Spivey.
Oh, Benji Spivey. Benji Spivey is someone who, at the beginning of my relationship with the fiance, apparently I'd been told that they were coming out of a fling, I guess, and then it overlapped. I learned this after the fact. It overlapped a couple of weeks into the beginning of our relationship.
Who told the police first about Benji Spivey, if you know?
Me. I made it very clear that due to the last names being the same, I need this known up front, and I need to make sure there's no relation.
And when did you make that?
At the police precinct.
And did you tell them what you knew about him so they can get up with him?
I did. I got his contact information and where he lived and stuff, and I gave that to Detective Allen Jones.
And how did you go about getting it? How would you know how to find his contact information?
I asked the mother of his children to provide it to me, I believe.
He grew up where?
Hartsville, same town I did.
So you knew he was.
I knew who he is. I knew what he drove. I knew what it looks like.
At any point, did you ever have any belief or concern that Scott Spivey was Benji Spivey?
No.
Okay. Did you ever have any concern at any point, then or now, that your ex-fiance had any relationship with Scott Spivey?
No, not at all.
But you gave this name to the police the night of. So
I did. This was serious, and they needed that information, so I provided it immediately.
Okay. Let's turn. I want to talk about what happened. And we may refer to some maps. Tell us in your own words what you remembered, and then I'll go back and try to prompt you to fill in some holes if I think they're already. From September 9th, after you left Tractor Supply.
Please keep in mind, we're at 2.5 years. So my memory and what it always has been. We were at Tractor Supply. We had just bought the fan. We went and loaded that fan into the back of the pickup truck, and I just tossed it up on the back rack. We got in the pickup truck. We started heading towards the farm. And the way I get to the farm from Tractor Supply is Highway 9 is here. Tractor Supply is tucked back right here. But this is a four-way. The police precinct's right here. So this is the four-way. I pulled out right here and I took a right and I sat at the stoplight. And then when the light turned green, I went left and I began my way down Highway 9.
Maybe, see if you can get a demonstrative that will help you explain this to the judge. And Judge, I know you've seen the highway. See if this one. If you need it, it's here. Don't feel like you have to.
Do you have a stick?
Yeah, I think.
Right there.
Okay.
That would help.
I don't want to give the judge something he can hit me with.
He might hit me first. All right, Tractor Supply, boom, right there. So this is the four-way I was explaining. Police precinct is like right there. So I pulled out here, I went up, sat at the stoplight, and took a left. And I started heading down Highway 9 this way. The
Okay.
farm is that way.
Okay?
And just for future reference, Bell and Bell is right here on Highway 9.
And that map's oriented north and south.
Yes.
Well,
Yes. Any interaction at all in that intersection with Mr. Scott Spivey?
No, sir. None.
Anything unusual that you recall about that intersection when you were driving on that afternoon?
No, sir. Everything was normal.
Okay. And then what happened?
Continued down the road. We have it marked. I don't know exactly where the interaction happened, and I can't speak to everything that happened behind me that I didn't see. But I'm driving along, and I'm just finishing up a text message, and I sent that. And as soon as I sent it, sometime immediately after, I hear my friend Bradley, and excuse my language, Judge, yell, "What the fuck?" I looked up first because I thought, oh crap, I'm going to hit something. But then I looked over, and when I looked over, I saw a truck, and the first thing that caught my eye was our mirrors, because my mirror was here, and we had the ones that stick out. So my mirror is here, and I noticed his mirror was there. It was just, there might have been 2 inches.
His driver's mirror and your passenger mirror.
My passenger mirror and his driver mirror. And then I finished looking, and when I looked over, I saw him in the truck. He had his hand here, and he had a pistol, and he was doing right like this at...
Don't point the judge.
I'm sorry. He was doing this at Bradley's head. And, at that point, I'm kind of just like in shock, and I probably should react at this point. I start hitting the brakes, and Bradley said, I believe it's around that time Bradley thought maybe that was a prank. He was like, "Do you know that guy?" I said, "No, I don't know that guy." And then I'm slowing down, and he starts slowing down. Then he gets close again, and then he speeds up. And when he speeds up, he swerves over. I hit the brakes again. He comes back, and I know he swerves again. And after that second swerve was the brake check. The brake check was intense. It was, you know how trucks, when you hit the brake, the truck bed lifts? It lifted so much that I could see he's right there, because he's about to hit me. But yet it had lifted so much, I could see his license plate in front of my hood. And we're about to just slam into each other. And that's when I jerked it over, and I noticed as I was jerking it over, he was going over with me, and he ran me off the road. As we're off the road, we're in the gravel, I'm both hands on the wheel, and I don't know what's going on. Get into the ditch, and I could feel my tires doing that. And I look over, and I start getting back on the road, and then I turn to look at the lane to see if I'm clear to get back on the lane. And it looks clear, so I start to pan back to the front, but as I'm panning back to the front, there's Spivey's truck in the left lane, and he's a little in front of me, so he's leaning out the window, aiming straight down the top of his gun, just aiming at the truck, and he holds it. And that's, for some reason, that's the first time I felt my body do I thought we were about to get shot at. I think that's about the first time my body finally was like, all right, this is a situation, and I felt it, and I got nervous. But I think while he was holding that, I don't know why, but his truck was drifting to the right lane, and I think once he, I can't be speculative, he corrected it, pulled back in, and corrected it back into the left lane. Then I got back onto the highway, and I don't even think we've spoken at this point. I don't know what to say.
Who spoke?
Bradley and I. I get on it. I catch up. I'm trying to catch up. He's running fast. And I try to get caught up because I want to get his license plate. I want to get this information to the police. When I get back up near him, he re-engages for the most part, and he begins to try and slow down, and then I'm slowing down, but I get the feeling that he's going to keep doing this to the point where we stop, and I don't want to stop. I don't want to stop in the middle of this road and have a confrontation with that. So I know I tried to go to another lane. When I did that, he cut me off. I tried to go back, he would cut me off, and then he would floor it forward. Then he got over, and there was one point where he slowed down quick because I think he wanted to get next to us again. I slowed down, and then he bolted back up. And at this point, again, I don't know landmarks because I wasn't looking at them, and I know that's frustrating, but I was driving defensively for the most part. When he zips back up, there's a yellow Jeep.
Let me stop you before we get to the yellow Jeep. I do want to ask you about that. At this point, he's pointing the gun. You demonstrated to the judge what he's done.
While he's doing all that, he's doing this with his pistol. He's holding it out the window and staring at me through his driver's side mirror.
What about when you ran off the road?
When I ran off the road, he hung out of the truck while continuing forward, aimed down the top of his gun, and just kept it on the truck while we were bouncing through the median.
And this is what, and you were driving, what kind of speed?
When we got ran off the road, we were probably 50. $50-ish, in the 50-ish, 55 maybe. I don't know the exact speed. I did not look at speeds from that encounter on.
From the best of your recollection and understanding approximately where this happened.
Where it happened? My original thing was I thought it was somewhere in this area, but y'all have determined.
Well, don't talk about what we determined.
Yeah.
I'll get into
Originally,
that.
I believed it happened somewhere in that area.
That's what you originally thought.
I originally thought that.
Okay. Now, you were about to tell us about Jeep.
Yes. So right around here, somewhere up in here, I'm back on the road. I look forward, and I can see him, and I'm I'm 40 yards behind him, but in the other lane. He comes up behind the yellow Jeep, and he's now accelerate, brake check into the front of her. It's like he was brake checking forward. I didn't understand it. And then we brake checked forward, but then I noticed, because we were getting closer, because she was slowing him down, we were getting closer, and I could see his gun over the dash, and he was aiming straight through the back glass of that lady's Jeep. And he held it there. He just held it there. And then he was doing that maneuver. And as I got a little bit closer, because I was taking pictures, as I got a little bit closer, I saw the gun myself, because I was getting to where I could see a little bit through that window, into that window spot, and I could see the arm with the pistol. And I didn't go any further forward.
Did you take a photo of his interaction with this yellow Jeep?
I did. I got one photo of that.
And it was from your phone?
It was from my phone.
Okay. And I'd like to publish that photo. Number 35I. That'd be all right? I'm not gonna work with technology, but
Sure. 35.
yeah. Please use this stick and explain to the judge what's going on in this photo.
So in this photo, may I stand up?
Sure.
Okay. In this photo, in that photo that was there it is. We're zoomed in, and you can tell we're zoomed in because of the pixelation of the camera. I would assume we're probably 40 yards back. We're not way up there. This is the first. This is what before she had really slowed him down and we had caught back up. You can see his face, his facial hair here. That is his hand, and that is the pistol in the mirror right there. And he's just aiming straight right here. And as I got closer, because originally I thought he's showing me the gun in the mirror, but as I got closer up here, it wasn't, I don't know how to explain it. I don't have a Chevy. It was like, if this is your gauge cluster, it was here. It was here. It wasn't like this cannon at the mirror. He was aiming it straight ahead of that Jeep. And then I didn't get any closer than that. I kind of like just stayed there. He whipped out and then went around the Jeep. Truck squatted and he...
Is this hand that you described as holding this gun you see in the mirror, is that the same hand or a different hand that he pointed the gun at you?
That is the same hand he has used so far in these 3 incidences of the gun being brandished.
No. What do you recall after you took this photo?
We got to 905. I believe 905 is right up here.
Feel free to look at the map, it'll help.
Is this the same area?
Let's see.
Yeah,
That's Marlowe Circle, so.
905 here, right?
Yep, you see anything that you recognize?
The Minuteman.
Okay. And
So
where's that located?
that's maybe, oh, so much up here. That's maybe, I don't want to say a distance and it'd be wrong, anybody argue with me. That is after this spot, but it's fairly close. I believe you pass a used car.
Can I go back to that photo? I'm sorry, Brian. Let's talk about this spot when you took the photo of the yellow Jeep.
Okay.
Now, you didn't have GPS, right there, Brian. You didn't have GPS in your phone such that it geolocated the photographs, did you?
No, I guess Android doesn't automatically run that unless you turn it on or something.
We learned that Bradley's phone did have that.
Yeah, his was running.
Well, what do you see around the surroundings in this photo?
You see the 45-mile-an-hour speed sign. It says 45. And then you have these dead trees here. And then right here, there's 3 power lines. You only see 2, but there are, I believe there are 3 right there.
Did those landmarks help us locate the location of this photo?
Yes, you and I were able to drive along, and then we just instantly realized this is it.
For any other reason or just because of those landmarks?
just because of those landmarks.
Okay. So, could we, next video, this has already been published, Your Honor, it's the video of passing the Minuteman. Now, when you take this photo of the Jeep, you said you were behind him, distance and zoomed in with your camera?
That camera, I'm going to estimate I'm about 40 yards behind him, but when he went around that Jeep, he sped up, and I didn't. I just kind of kept going.
Do you know how fast you were going?
I was not looking. I do not know.
What were you looking
I was looking at his truck.
at? Okay. Did you speed up to stay with it?
Yes, there were various times, and I won't, look, there were various times I did speed up to keep Spivey in eyesight. I've never denied that, and I never will deny that. I did speed up to keep Spivey in eyesight. I want that to be made clear.
Okay. We're going to play your video. And, Brian, if you can, stop it with both vehicles in the same frame if you can. If not, we might find steel. Now, this video is, it says Minuteman on the right-hand side, right? Look at the screen.
I think we're having a little bit of technical difficulty here. It will not play.
Sure, there might be a steel up here. I got a steel copy here. Oh, you got it?
This is the Minuteman.
All right, that's the Minuteman. And that's at 905 and number 9 intersection, right?
Correct, yes. I thought we had one with us both.
We're trying. You see his truck, right?
Yes, sir.
I want to get one that shows him and you.
That's my truck. You can
Okay.
see it loaded down.
Okay? I want to ask you, were you on his ass at the Minuteman? And I want you to look at the picture and tell me.
No, sir. I was not.
You know why I'm asking you that, right?
Yeah, because I don't know, a phone call said I was on his ass.
Okay? At any point were you on his ass?
No. When he was brake checking me, there were times that I was in close vicinity, but I was never where I couldn't see his license plate. I was never on his ass.
All right. Well, if we played that video, when we can play that video, you've seen it before, right?
Yes, I have.
What is your impression of the distance between Spivey's truck and your truck at the Minuteman?
Can you pull the other picture back up of Spivey's truck?
I'm not sure. I'll ask.
I think we marked that picture,
Yeah,
I've been looking for the one that had both vehicles in it. I've got it. Both vehicles are Charles. Don't make a mess.
I think that's one.
And what do you do?
I'm looking for Minuteman photo or video.
You want us to play it?
Sure.
Please.
When this video plays, I'd like you to look at it and tell me what you believe is the distance between your trucks, as best you can estimate.
okay.
Between the back of his and the front of yours.
Yes, sir.
Oh, a little bit too.
Yes.
And let me know if you see any other cars you recognize.
Okay.
Thank you, Mark.
I'm not doing anything. They got.
Your Honor, I apologize, this thing didn't work fine until just now. I had to act up.
You know what I'm gonna do for you?
Thanks, Brad.
I'm gonna take what you figured out. Same admonition. Discuss the testimony. You get down.
Can I go to the bathroom?
Oh, yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, you don't have to sit in over. see. I don't see young Mr. Martin. Does that mean he didn't successfully get it done?
We scared him off.
I think it
We've
did.
been working him hard during the break, Judge.
Well, I'm gonna pray upon Mary Catherine, because she's not messed up yet. She's been steady. All right, back on the record.
I want to take one step back and then
No, no.
2 steps forward.
All right,
I want to go in this video.
I want to remind him, you didn't discuss your test with anybody?
No, you're
Excellent. Now you may continue.
I want to go backwards, step or two. I said one, and I'm only last one area. I want to take you back to the scene. Night of. You've heard it suggested in this courtroom and other places that you approached the vehicle, right?
Correct.
Tell me about that.
I couldn't hear what he said.
I'll get closer to the mic. You've heard it suggested in this courtroom and other places that you approached this vehicle.
Correct.
You spied me.
Right.
You did.
So
You did.
I did approach the vehicle.
Tell me about it. Tell the judge about it.
In that situation, there's people already walking up. You don't know what's going on. You don't know if he's going to start shooting again. I don't know what's going on inside that truck. I don't know what the situation is. You don't know if he's going to start shooting again, or if someone walks up there and tries to help him. If he's going to just turn around and start. You don't know. So the threat, you don't know if the threat's over or not. So I got out of my truck. I walked down to the ditch. It's a median, and it slopes down. There's a ditch, and I was between the median and the ditch, close to the ditch, because I needed to jump in it. And I made my way up the ditch line very slowly, and I was just looking in the truck, just like that, from the other side of the road to the ditch. I got to where I could see 2 feet, and I didn't notice them moving, and I moved up closer. There was no movement, and I moved up a little bit closer. There was no movement. And that's where I took a photo of the vehicle. Because for you. For you. CWP class says you don't touch anything, but you document everything. And that's what I did.
Would you go in that vehicle?
No.
Put anything in that vehicle?
No, I never got close enough to go in that vehicle. I never got within an arm's length of that vehicle. I never stepped on that pavement when I was next to that vehicle. Where that photograph is where I was standing when I took that photograph. That is the closest I ever got to that vehicle. I turned around, and I think I actually backed up. I walked backwards, I think.
Now, you saw some other witness statements that talk about other kind of attributes of this walk, didn't you?
Yeah, there's
What you
one
saw?
witness that has me in the ditch walking up.
Remember who that was?
I believe that's Mr. Wright.
Another witness said something different?
Another witness said that I went to the curb.
I didn't hear the testimony, so just keep moving on.
All right.
I don't need him to repeat all the testimony.
Well,
I'm
these are
sorry.
curved. ain't they?
Sorry, but he asked a question, I'm just,
Yeah, it's ready to meet. All right. So you didn't manipulate any evidence around that truck?
No,
You didn't put anything in it, take anything out of it?
I did not plant drugs in Spivey's truck.
All right. Let's move on with this photo. Not photo, video. What I want you to do, and I'm not going to tell them to stop and start, because I don't want it to take long. I want you to watch what you see, and I want you afterwards to explain to the judge what you saw with respect to what vehicles were related to what you saw that day, which I remember, and how far apart you think you were from Spivey.
Okay.
Now, if you want to stop, you tell us, and we'll play it slower if you need to, but I'm not asking you to do that in the interest of time.
There we go.
What did you see?
I saw Spivey's truck, Boyd's truck, and Ward's car.
How about the Jeep?
The yellow Jeep was there as well.
Okay, were you on Spivey's house?
No, I was probably 60 yards behind Spivey.
Whatever that distance was, You didn't measure it, right?
No, you can't measure
Is
it.
that distance consistent with down the road when you took the photos?
There were many times throughout Highway 9 where that was about the distance I felt safe to follow and relay location, and that's kind of where we kept it. There are times we got closer back together, traffic did that, and there were times that we were far apart, and we have photos of that.
All right, so let's move on a little bit to the other side of the intersection at 905.
Okay.
Can you tell Judge where it is on that map?
Other side of the intersection at 905, that would be from here up.
Okay. And what was happening?
That's around the time that somewhere in here, the white truck appears. I wasn't ever paying attention. I don't know where the white truck came from. It came up just like Scott came up. It's just out of nowhere. You don't know where it came from. But there was issues between them as well. And that's also about the same time I'm calling 911. This looks like a long ways, but once you get here, somewhere in here it turns to 60 and you're running highway speeds, and that's not a long ways. What I observed from that point on was Spivey and the white truck. Spivey was in the left lane, the white truck was in the right lane, and they were going at it. I mean, almost more aggressively than he had gone at my truck. They did different things. I don't understand. And I told the police that night, y'all got to figure this white truck out. Something was going on with that white truck between them. White truck would do this, Spivey would do that. White truck would do this, Spivey would do that. White truck, then I saw it. You know when a truck guns it squats a little bit and it goes. White truck squatted, Spivey's truck squatted, and then they took off. And they didn't let off. I mean, they just kept going, and then I sped up too. I'm not going to deny that. I sped up too, because I didn't want to lose eyesight of Spivey. I'm on the phone with 911. I don't want to lose eyesight. That's my priority. Somewhere further down, they start to slow down. And then they get into a little bit of traffic. Once they get in a little bit of traffic, they're running the flow of traffic is what I would call it that day. I'm still at a little bit of an accelerated speed. I don't know the speed. I'm not running 100 miles an hour. But I naturally closed the gap back a little bit. And then they got to roughly where is it on here? Yeah. They got roughly around here, and that's when we had gotten close again.
Well, let's not go there yet, because I want to talk about some photos. Could around, you know where Pine Needle Road is?
Yes.
You take any photos around there?
I don't believe it was me who took those. I think that was Bradley that took those photos.
Okay. Well, let's put them up and see if you recognize what's in them.
Okay.
They've been displayed in other places. Can I have some of those? Those photos around Pine Needle? You give the court an exhibit on them.
These are Bradley's or Weldon.
Well, I'd like to start with Weldon's.
Your Honor, these sequence of photos is exhibits 35A through P.
35 A through B.
35A through P, Your Honor.
I want you to walk through them. He'll put them on the screen. You tell me what you see.
No, this will be the first days here.
This was more brandishing, as you can see here. His face is there. I do remember this. I believe I took this photo. Maybe not. Maybe Bradley took this one. There's always been confusion of who took what photos. He kept looking in the mirror, looking over there, looking in the mirror.
What hand's the gun in?
Has his gun up.
What hand is it?
It's in his left hand.
Okay. And this is after 905. So
This is after 9:05.
Could you give me the next one sometime? or make that, one of y'all.
This is just a little further down, and the firearm is still being brandished, and you can see him here looking ahead.
What's the unit? Can I have the next photo?
This was another slowing down brake check thing. He had just let off, and guns out. This time he had his finger in the trigger well. This one's really blurry because you can't see, but if you zoom back out, if you zoom out a little bit more, or is that the picture? Okay, there you go. So you see the angle of my truck. I'm trying to miss him again. So the angle of my truck's this way, but I remember this one because when I started to move over, he was moving over as well.
Okay, please.
And I was behind him, but he did that. There it is. He did that to close the distance back to me. And I'm angled again, and he's angled as well. I felt like he was just trying to get us to either stop or run us off the road again.
Can we get the next one up? You recognize this photo?
I recognize it. I believe this is the one after those events where we're back in this lane and he gets over in that lane and then he begins his whatever. He just starts kind of going on his own.
Let me ask you, you're following him, right?
Correct.
In what direction are you heading?
I'm going down Highway 9 until it veers off at Loris.
And at this point, and that's where your farm is.
That's where the farm is.
And at this point, you and he are heading in the same direction.
Correct.
But you are following him.
Yes, I am following him. And I am relaying his location to 911.
Can we get the next photo? You recognize this one?
This is a little further down from that point, and this is more distance. He's just kind of increasing his distance there. Not much going on.
Do you have any idea where the white truck is at this time? The other white truck?
I think he's back here.
What's the next photo? If we can see them all.
You've seen them all, I know.
Can I, when you get a little further down, you get to the fireworks store, right?
Correct.
I'm gonna have him play that video, and I want you to tell me about the cars you see and what you see with respect to speed and who's involved.
Okay.
Traffic on it, as much as you can narrate. And if you need to stop at any time,
Just stop when everybody's there.
can you do that, Brian?
So if you'll watch the flow of traffic. There's one car, just watch the speed.
I think Brian sped him up.
I was like, golly.
Brian, can we get the normal traffic speed?
This is it.
All right, so there's flow of traffic.
What do you see?
Right here, Spivey is stuck in this traffic a little bit. Here's the white truck we're talking about. They are beefing in this moment. But these two cars are interrupting their ability to go. And then this is me right here. And I'm about, I would say, 2 truck lengths behind Spivey. And I'm in the left lane, Spivey's in the left lane, the white truck is in the right lane.
At this point in time, do you feel like you were driving excessive in speed?
No, we were moving with what I felt was flow of traffic.
What about Spivey? You think he was?
I believe we were all moving at the flow of traffic. This was after the white truck and Spivey's trucks acceleration, and then that's the traffic I'm talking about when they got caught in it and we all rejoined.
Boy, I'm called 911 a little back before the fire was still, right?
Correct.
Do you remember exactly where you were when you called?
I don't.
Okay, do you remember the first road indicator that you gave me?
Was it Marlowe Circle?
Well, I mean, you gotta testify, not me. If you don't remember, we'll hear, but if you do remember,
Yeah, I think Marlowe Circle was the first thing that I noticed and called out to him.
where's that on the map?
I see it now. Here.
Okay, it's before the fire was still.
Right.
Okay,
I called here.
okay. It took a few seconds to get online.
Yes.
So I'm gonna ask O'Brien to play it, and we'll probably stop it at times. But there were 2 recordings produced in this case, right?
Correct. One. Yeah.
What do you know about that?
One was just the one from the dispatch center, and one was from the recorder on my phone.
Okay. I'm gonna submit to you, we're gonna play the one that was recorded on your phone.
Okay.
Okay. O'Brien?
Hey, I'm not a guy pointing the gun at me. I'm real down this barrel. He keeps throwing the gun.
Just muted on one.
Afraid to touch you. Here. I don't know which one's which.
In our faces, acting like he's about to shoot us. If he keeps us up, I'm going to shoot him.
What do you hear in the background?
You hear the supercharger of my truck.
Okay. Now, why? You're accelerating, aren't you?
Yes.
Why are you accelerating?
I'm trying to close some of the distance and keep him a little closer than as far out as I have gotten.
Is this when he's somewhere with the white truck, or are you following him at a different time?
This would have been around the white truck when they did that little thing.
Okay. And you said, what did you say to him? If he keeps this up?
If he keeps this, I don't know my exact words. I wouldn't. If he keeps this up, I'm gonna have to shoot him. I believe it's that line.
Okay. Did you want to shoot him?
No,
Did you want to harm him?
no.
Did you want to have any kind of confrontation with him?
I did not want to have any kind of confrontation. I did not want to have any kind of incident with that guy. I just wanted 911 to get to him. I wanted 911 to get to him.
Please proceed. Brian.
I'm on Highway 9. He's trying to run from me now. But Highway 9 headed toward Loris. We just passed Mallow Circle. We passed Mallow Circle. We're heading towards Loris. I'm going to stay with him the whole way. Y'all need to get this guy on the road. He's aiming guns at people. He racked it. He was about to shoot at us. We pulled our guns out. I don't know what this dude's problem is. I'm told him.
Did you hear what you said?
Which part?
Sleep as we pulled our guns out.
Yeah, we have our guns.
Explain that.
What I meant was we had our guns available. They were accessible. Mine was in my appendix carry right here. The other was in the bag next to Mr. Williams. I said we had our guns out. Mix up of words. The adrenaline was going. It was a stressful situation. But our guns were on us, and they were available.
Well, Mr. Williams' gun wasn't on him, right?
His was on the top, in his bag.
He's like day bag or carry bag?
Yeah, it's just a bag he carries everywhere with his keys and everything else in it. We did not have guns up like this. We were not holding guns out the window. We didn't have our windows down. We didn't have guns visible anywhere. Our guns were accessible.
Okay.
fucking couch, and he just pulls up next to us and aims a gun at my fucking friend's head. I'm Weldon Boyd. I'm staying with him. He's in a black Chevrolet. His license plate is RC1538. It's a Michigan, what does that say? North Carolina weighted tag. Chevrolet black pickup truck. We're passing. Yes, he's aiming guns. Listen, this dude shoots at me, we're going to put him down.
What do you intend by that statement?
I'm trying to relay the severity of the situation to this 911 dispatcher who, I'm not going to knock the guy, but he seemed disinterested the entire time. I felt no sense of urgency out of him. The more I told him about what Spivey was doing, there was no urgency in his voice. It was just the same. I just felt like he didn't grasp the situation of how serious it was.
But you did tell him, if something to the effect, if he shoots at me.
If he shoots at me, I'm going to have to put him down. I mean, I was letting him know that this guy has aimed guns at me. He has driven. I mean, I'm not saying that, but in my mind, I'm saying that because I know the guy's aimed guns at me. He's driven aggressively towards me. He's a danger to multiple people. I've witnessed him aim a gun at other people. He is a danger. This guy is a threat.
And did you intend to defend yourself if he shot at you?
If he shot at me, I did intend to defend myself.
Did you intend to harm him if he didn't shoot at you?
No.
Did you intend to try to stop him?
No. I did nothing to impede on his travel. I did nothing that would be perceived as a legitimate threat. I did not mess with him. I followed him. And I did because I was on the phone with law enforcement, and I believe that's what you're supposed to do. When someone is a threat like that, that is not normal. You have sat here for 2 days and heard every witness.
Well, the judge heard the other witnesses.
That is scary, and it's not normal.
Let's move on with the call.
This dude's insane. He's been following us. Now we're behind him. We've got pictures of him holding. I've got pictures of him aiming the gun at us and everything. He's about to put the gun out again. So if this guy aims that gun at me, we're going to have to shoot him. I didn't do it. I was talking to my friend. We're trailering couches. And this dude my buddy's like, what the fuck? And he's got a gun aimed at us next to us. Then he tried to steal my blood.
What's happening right here? You heard that's Mr. Williams. Just slow down, right?
Yes.
What's happening?
He is he's now hitting the brakes, closing the distance with us again. And Bradley's perception of that situation.
He can tell us his protection.
Yeah, but he was hitting the brakes, and he was closing the distance between us.
Okay. You know how fast you were going?
At that time, I don't know the exact speed, but we were over the speed limit.
Were you 100 miles an hour?
No, you wouldn't be able to hear us talk with that supercharger at 100 miles an hour. That truck sounds loud because it's got a massive blower on it with a big pulley. It is loud sitting in the parking lot. If we were doing 100 miles an hour, you would not hear us speaking.
Did you lose any cargo through this whole trip?
We lost nothing. I walked around and I kind of looked at it at the scene, and there was nothing missing. Couches were there, the fan was there, the boxes were there, everything was there.
So you had the trailer in tow while you were doing
The trailer was in tow, yes sir.
this. You ever tow the trailer at a speed like 100 miles an hour?
No.
Let me show you this picture. Plan Appendix 38A. Take a look at that picture. Explain to the judge what you see.
This is the way the back of the truck was loaded up. Now I can tell you what was in the truck bed. I can see. This was a half-open box. This was a ventilation fan that we were going to install on the side of the barn to help suck some of the hot air out. This was the fan I had bought for Mama. This was, I believe that, I don't know what that is, I'm not going to say, but these are some plastic bags that we had got some stuff from Tractor Supply. And you can't see it here. I'm sure there's a photo somewhere, but it does need to be noted. This truck bed is not the full depth. I have a deck system in it, which means the actual bed of the truck is about right here. So all cargo really only has about 7 inches inside of the railings of the truck, not the full depth.
Do you believe that stuff would be in that truck in 100 miles an hour?
That open box wouldn't be. That one right there wouldn't be. I can attest to that. That plastic bag wouldn't be.
All right, I'm going to proceed on with the call.
Ran me into the grass. He just swerved at me. I need a trooper fast. Y'all, he may shoot at the cop too, man. Tell the cops we're in a white Ram pickup truck and we are armed. I'm military, so it ain't us. Don't shoot us. This dude's fucking nuts. Now he's coming off the road. We're gonna keep trying to follow him, but if he starts shooting, dude, I don't know. All right, so
You say he's turning off the road.
Yes.
Can you back that up to when you first said that? Maybe 2 seconds or something.
now he's coming off the road.
That's 301.
301?
The time.
Okay.
He's turning off the road. What do you mean by that?
At that point, I saw the white truck and Spivey's truck. They both were starting on their brakes, and then they really were on the brakes, and the white truck turned. And it was just instantaneous, and he was in the left lane. He turned behind that white truck. I mean, just like he skipped over one full lane and then turned onto Camp Swamp Road.
At this point, were you at Camp Swamp Road?
No.
I want to proceed, but I want you to, from the video, I want you to maybe raise your hand so Brian can stop it. I want, from the audio and your recollection, tell me when you get to Camp Swamp Road.
Okay.
You understand what I'm asking?
Yeah, because I'm able to read the sign before I actually get to the sign.
Well, if you can determine, I want you to tell me when you got to the sign.
When I got to the sign.
If you
Okay.
can. And that's, I want you to raise your hand so Brian can, we can mark the time. We're at 3:01, Your Honor. Correct.
We're gonna keep trying to follow him, but if he starts shooting, dude, I don't know. All right, so he's coming onto Camp Swamp Road.
Were you, at this point, what road were you on?
I was still on Highway 9.
Okay, we're at 3:09, that's 8 seconds later, is that, am I correct in my math?
Right, and I'm not turning. I'm getting there. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm about to be turning.
Okay. Please proceed, Brian.
Camp Swamp Road. He's stopping. Hey,
You on Camp Swamp Road at this point?
Yeah, actually, you can hear my tires. You can hear them turning. So if you back up a few seconds, you can hear when I'm actually making that turn. I just heard it. Right there.
Camp Swamp Road. He's stopping.
311. That was the. You can hear the tires getting the gravel.
He stopped.
He's stopping.
Describe the stop.
I'm making the turn. As I'm doing that, I'm having to repeat myself in that moment. So I'm not looking down Camp Swamp Road. I am looking at the road sign, and I'm yelling it now because they couldn't hear me. I'm making that turn, and as I'm making that turn, I look forward, and there's Spivey's truck, white truck is gone. Gone. Spivey's truck, the door's opened, and I see him like coming out, like feet just leaping out.
What'd you do?
I'm slowing down now, and I'm beginning to stop.
Okay. Did you stop?
I did stop.
You saw this diagram earlier, didn't you?
Yeah.
That Tomasi spoke about? In this diagram, she depicted you, right?
Correct.
With the trailer? And
Yes.
him. Now, she measured 75 feet 7 inches between your bumper and his bumper, is that right?
That's right.
So how far would you say you were from him? She measured the truck, but not the people.
Oh, well, I mean, you're gonna have me inside the cab. That's gonna be another, I would say 8 feet from the front of the truck. And then he's gonna be in this part. Like, as he's leaping out, he's in the door there.
Okay.
So your truck beds on a 1500, I think, are what, 6 feet?
I don't know.
Yeah, 6. So I would add 8 feet and 6 feet.
So you think you'd add 14 feet to that 75?
I would.
Okay. All right. I don't want to stop this thing too many times, but what do you remember before I play the scene?
So this is where I see certain things and I don't see certain things because everything's going on. I'll run through it the best I can recall. He's jumping out. I know he has a pistol. I can't see it very well at that distance, but I know the gun's in his hand because he's got it. After I stopped, I turned around and I started looking. And as I turned around to look, because my plan was, okay, I'll back up. But as I turned around to look, there were cars coming into Camp Swamp Road. I looked back forward. And when I look forward, now he's as I look forward, now he's like right about here. What he's done is his door's open and he's stepped over to the oncoming lane and he's walking this way and he's yelling. I don't know what he's yelling, but he is yelling. He's got the pistol in his hand. He's yelling. He's motioning. I look away again. I'm looking over my left shoulder to see, can I just maneuver the truck? Can I try to back that? I'm just trying to figure out where to go. When I look back forward, he's right about here. And I knew at that point, I can't go forward. Anything I'm trying to run him over. I've called it the Matrix move since the beginning because it's the only way I know how to describe it. He does a Matrix move with his firearm, which is he has it here, he grabs the slide, does this, racks it, comes down just like this. The gun is on its side like this. And in that moment, I believe somewhere around there is when Bradley is screaming to back up. I'm yelling, I can't. And the reason I couldn't back up was because I got confused. I was overwhelmed.
I'm going to play the rest of it.
Okay.
Until after the bad stuff, and then we'll talk on the other side, okay?
Hey, we're about to have a fucking shootout, dude. This dude's got a gun. He's got a fucking gun. We're out. Hey, run it back up. I can't put it in gear. Put it in gear.
You ready recognize all that?
Mhm.
Explain not being able to put it in gear to the judge.
I have another truck. Dad and I, we have trucks, and sometimes I drive his truck, sometimes he drives my truck. The Ram that I was in, the shifter is here. It's kind of like a car almost, where it's at. It's down here. The Ram, the 2500, we have a diesel Ram. Its shifter is here, and it's actually really high. It's about like right there. I went for that first. I took, if you notice, I get kind of quiet. There's nothing there. Took my hand, and I was going for that. It wasn't there. Then I reached down here, and I had my phone in my hand, and I was trying to pull the shifter, and that's when I yelled, I can't. What I screwed up on was it has a button for these two fingers. With the phone in my hand, I wasn't hitting that button. And then I pulled the phone back up, and I believe that's when I'm communicating a little bit more, and then it's just, everything just goes to hell.
You heard. Let me show you Plaintiff's 38F. You recognize that?
That's my truck.
Is that the shifter you're describing?
Yes, sir.
In that photograph, can you see the button you were describing?
Yes, sir. The button I'm describing is right under here.
Now, I want to ask you about something that's been presented in this case. Do you remember in Mr. McMurray's statement, detectives on the night of, and in his deposition he played here, he demonstrated, and he said when he passed by your truck, he saw you holding the gun over the dash.
Yes.
Do you think that he saw you with the gun over the dash?
No, Mick. I believe, and I'm not going to call anyone, I'm not going to call him a liar. I believe McMurray he did not see my gun because I had a phone in one hand. I had another hand on the steering wheel. I was trying to go between shifter, which is up here, shifter down here. I don't know where a gun would have been in that moment.
Okay, where was your gun?
My gun was appendix carried right here.
Okay. Now, what about Mr. Williams? Were you watching him?
The only part out of my peripheral I remember with Mr. Williams was watching him do this, which would be going to his bag.
Okay.
But after that, I mean, I'm still doing the. I didn't see what happened next.
Have you considered the position of your gun versus Mr. Williams' gun at the time y'all were returning fire?
They would have been very close together because I would have been straight on, and I believe Mr. Williams would have been over because he wouldn't have had a straight on. He would have been over.
Okay. But you did draw your gun and fire.
I did draw my gun. As I drew it, it somewhat got hung on the seatbelt, and I yanked it hard and got mine up.
Okay. And you did return fire.
I did return fire.
Do you know to a certainty whether you returned fire first or Mr. Williams returned fire first?
I believe Mr. Williams got the first shot off.
And why do you believe that?
Well, one, I got snagged on the seatbelt during my draw, and two, it made more sense because I had to drop a phone. I remember pushing harder on the brake pedal, pulled because I was trying to get back like this to get it. I pulled, snagged the seatbelt, then got it up, and I remember as I'm coming up, I felt that, and then I fired. Just
What is that?
concussion.
And where do you think it came from?
It would have come from Mr. Williams' muzzle.
So you think you felt that before you fired?
In a millisecond before it hit me.
Do you know to a certainty or approximation, how many times you ended up firing?
I don't have an approximation or a certainty because I don't know whether or not that magazine was fully loaded. I don't break my gun out every morning and clean each bullet and then reload it, put it in there. I don't even remember when I loaded the magazine that was in that gun. Would have been months before, threw it in there. I know at the end of it, I had one left in the magazine and one in the chamber. So that would have been 2 left.
And how many would your gun hold maximum?
If it's full, 15 plus 1.
So 16 at the maximum,
16 at the max.
and you had 2 left.
I had one in the chamber and one in the magazine.
Now, at one point you reloaded.
I did.
Did you shoot it all after you reloaded?
I did not.
Okay. So if my math's correct, 14 would have been the most you could have fired, right?
Had the magazine been fully loaded.
But you don't know if you fired 14 times.
I don't know. I wasn't able to count.
All right. At the time this happened, was your windows up or down?
All my windows were up.
How were you seated?
How-
How were you seated?
As I'm firing,
Well, throughout the process, are you in a seatbelt? Are you in a shoulder strap?
I'm
Tell
in
me
a
the strap.
seatbelt. My shirt at that point is kind of pulled up and stuck with the seatbelt. A little bit leaned back. My foot is so hard on. My foot was sore the next day from how hard I was pushing the brake pedal.
Why are you pushing the brake pedal?
I was so tense that
Was your truck running?
it was running.
Was it in gear?
Yes, I did not have time to put it in park. Hell, I couldn't get it in reverse. And then I was like this over the steering wheel.
All right. Did you see Mr. Spivey fire you?
I absolutely saw Mr. Spivey fired.
Were you afraid when he raised that gun?
I knew exactly what was going to happen next. It was,
Is that when you said we're about to have an effing shootout?
no, that was while he was advancing and then going to get the slide and then do it over.
Okay. Did you hear him fire his gun?
It was faint, but I heard it. I heard it. I saw this black just puff with a little dot of yellow, and I saw the action. I saw it. I saw it.
Do you know how many times he fired?
I have no idea. I know he fired one.
Okay. And now you agree with me that in other places you might have said that different. How many times he fired, right?
Yes, I've all, yeah.
Do you know?
No, I got no clue how many times he's fired.
After that first round, did you hear any others?
We did hear more.
Okay.
The first round, and then all we could hear is just everything, and you don't know what's his, and what's his, because your ears now, when you fire, I know this now, when you're in a sealed vehicle and a gun goes off, it's just like, and your ears just aren't working. You hear ringing, but your ears aren't working, and you can feel the concussion, but it's a muffled sound. So I don't know who was who, what was what. But I do know when he got back into the truck, there was a pause. And you listen to the video, it's faintly there, but it felt like minutes because we stopped. When we got in the truck, I thought maybe it's over. I thought maybe it was going to throw it and drive and go. But then the back glass, his back glass blew out and he was shooting. You could sometimes see it. This is actually perfect. That would be. You could sometimes see it like this, but I think he might have got off 2, maybe 3, and then we just started again. I mean, it wasn't no,
Now, you were firing out, what direction?
straight through the windshield.
And as you fired, did it obstruct your vision at all?
It began to, yes, very quickly.
Okay. Now, prior to any firing, did you have a clear and unobstructed view?
I had a clear, unobstructed view.
Do you have any doubt about what you saw with respect to Mr. Spivey firing?
There's no doubt in my mind that that man shot at us first.
And D. Bradley said that in the call.
As soon as I believe that's when a witness pulled up next to us. I think that might have been McMurrah. I'm not positive. And I'm screaming at him, begging him not to leave. I wanted him, please, I don't know my exact words, but I'm basically saying, please stay, talk to the police. And then I believe Bradley says he shot first.
Let's play the balance. Maybe not the whole balance, but let's play the balance, because at some point you got off the phone with 911, right?
Correct.
And was that before or after an officer arrived, to the best of your recollection?
I believe it's before, because I think I asked if I could call my mom.
Back it up, back it up, back it up. Hey, help us, please. He aimed and shot. He held his gun up and aimed right at us. Dude, please come help us, man. I don't know. Dude, I don't want to go over there. This guy will try to kill us. I don't know if he shot or not, man. He shot first. He shot fucking first. The dude shot at us, bro. Why the fuck would he do that? Where are you at? I'm in Camp Swamp Road.
All right. A lot of things there. You hear Mr. Williams ask you, Weldon, what, something like GD Weldon, why couldn't you just leave him alone?
I did.
Do you know what that was about?
Probably the same thing I was feeling is this is not what I wanted to be in. This is not what I wanted to happen. This is not what I intended. I wanted to follow him until an officer got there and got him off the road. And I really hadn't even made my mind up yet if that's what I was going to do on that road. I mean, I knew I needed to check the stuff on my trailer to see if it had fallen off. So that's in my mind as I'm going towards the turn. I turn on the road and I'm not even able to decide which one I'm going to do. I'm just ambushed. He's sitting there waiting on me.
You made a decision in that moment to return fire, is that right?
I absolutely did. And I truly believe if I hadn't have, one of us would not be here today.
All right. We talked earlier about you cooperating or not. Whatever happened at the scene, and there's video of that. And then you went to the precinct. I want to talk to you now about what happened after you left the precinct that
Okay.
night. You know what time it was?
I have no idea. I think maybe midnight.
Remember where you went?
I do now because I've been told. I thought
I'm just asking you what you remember.
I remember that I thought I'd gone home, but apparently we went to Wendy's and then back to the farm and picked up Mr. Williams' pickup truck, and then I went home.
And Mr. Williams still with you
He did.
to your home?
Yes,
And he stayed with you that night?
he did.
Okay. And I want to ask you, how are you feeling after this?
I don't feel I don't know how to explain it. I don't, it's the weirdest thing, because it's almost like everything's normal, but it's not. And it's, you're processing it, and all you can do is just keep asking yourself, what happened? Like, what in the world was that? I don't know how to explain it. There's a lot of things from that night forward that I have no idea how to explain. And to this day, I have no idea how to explain it.
Well, the next day, some would think you were acting normal, right? You went
You
out.
would think so.
What'd you do?
We woke up, we got showered, got dressed, we went to PSA, and we replaced the 2 firearms that we had turned in that night, because that's what we were comfortable with and we knew how to use.
And as far as carrying, when do you carry firearms?
What's that?
When do you carry firearms?
Every day.
The one in your abdomen?
The appendix.
So it's normal for you then?
That is the purpose of a CWP, is to carry a concealed weapon so that if you have to defend yourself or others, you're able to.
Did you ever have to defend yourself before with a weapon?
No.
All right, so please proceed. The next day, what'd you do?
No, this is, my memory's spotty from here on. I know we went there, back to it. I just tried to, I got a business to run, I gotta get back to it. I don't know how that's supposed to work, but I gotta do it. So I tried to go to work, I ran errands.
What have you told me in the past about what you learned to own in the military?
What's that?
What have you been told to embrace?
You embrace the suck. When things are hard, you make a joke out of it and you get the hell over it. You keep going. What's lying around crying about it going to change? It's not going to change a damn thing. You just go. That's what you do. You just,
Is that what you did?
yeah. I tried to just be tough. I made light of it. I made jokes of it. It just pushed it out. It's just, we got to get past it. There's shit to do. Excuse my language. I'm sorry. There's stuff that needs to be done. We got to keep going. You can't, you just, it's no big deal. You just keep going. That's how I handled this. And I made it about a week.
And then what happened?
I crashed.
What happened?
I had a panic attack. I fell. I made it to my bed, and I stayed in that bed for weeks. I would get up and shower, and I'd get right back in the bed. I was broken. I didn't work for around 8 to 10 months. I didn't even walk in my business. I couldn't. I broke. And I'm still broken.
During that time, when you were trying to embrace the stuff, go back to work, this phone was still recording, but
Yep.
I want to talk to you about some of these calls that got recorded and then given by SLED to the county and the county to the attorneys and the attorneys to the world. I want to go through, I have them in a transcript, so I want to read some of them. If you prefer to hear them, tell me. Some of them are distasteful.
They're disgusting.
Have you heard them?
Most of them. I have a hard time listening to them. I hate listening to them. They're awful. They're just disgusting.
All right. Well, let's talk about some of them. Who is Weldon Ken Kowarski?
Who?
Ken Kowarski. You know who that is?
I believe he's a deputy.
Okay. You ever talked to him, Tom?
No.
You remember describing it all to him, what you saw?
No, I don't remember that phone call.
Okay.
I know I made one. It's there. It's me. It's my voice. I said everything that's in those things. I have bits and pieces of memories of each of these phone calls.
Okay.
But these are my words. I said these things.
Did you mean them?
No.
All right. Well, I'm gonna see if I can get any statements in here, Your Honor.
Is there a question?
There's going to be.
I think he was talking out loud.
All right.
Thinking out loud, I'm sorry.
Thinking out loud. I was thinking out loud. I said the silent part out loud. Let's move on to one with your mom. You talked to your mom a lot, didn't you?
I did.
That's your closest confidant, right?
Mm-hmm.
You remember telling your mom in one of these phone calls that the detective said that it's cut and dry? Self-defense?
I don't remember that part of that conversation, but I know I said that. I've read the transcripts on it.
Is that what you heard?
I don't know where that even came from.
Okay.
No, I did hear that one. That one I heard at the scene while I was sitting on the trailer. There was a huddle of officers, and I heard one of them talk a little louder than everybody else. He walked up to the group, and I don't know who it was, and he said that this cut and dry, self-defense.
Did you tell him that, or he tell you that?
He didn't tell me that, and I didn't tell him that. I heard an officer walk up to a huddle on the scene before we got taken to the precincts, and I heard him say that to the group of other officers in that huddle.
You remember telling your mom in the phone call that he aimed it at me and he shot and he missed?
I
And
remember.
I shot back and I didn't miss.
I remember parts of that conversation, yes.
Were you being braggadocious?
Probably. Just being tough, just trying to push through it.
You remember in a conversation with your mom on the day after you said we're going to go to PSA and I'm going to get another gun?
I do not recall that.
But you did go the next day. You didn't go.
We did do that, yes. And I did say that. That's in the phone calls.
You remember saying in the phone call that, well, I mean, was she asking you, well, I mean, so you and Bradley both shot, and you said he's riddled? You remember telling your mom he's riddled?
He's what?
He's riddled?
I do not recall saying that, but I did say it. It's there.
And the night of, you told the officers that you thought you saw something, didn't you?
I do remember that. I thought that I saw his shirt doing this. It's just weird. I don't know what I saw his shirt doing.
You told the officers that, didn't you?
I did.
Now, at this time, you really didn't know, did you?
No, I didn't have any idea what was going on.
Because had you been told by the county police these kind of details?
No. Later on, I'd been told that we hit him, but I don't believe at that point in time I'd been given that information.
Okay. Remember telling your mom, no, we hit him outside the vehicle multiple times, and we hit him inside the vehicle multiple times? You were saying that?
I do not recall saying that, but I did say that. That is there.
Okay. You remember, you remember a conversation with someone named Vernon? Vernon?
That's my grandmother. I do not recall the conversation, but I know that the conversation happened.
You remember her asking you why did you pull out and follow him?
I don't recall the conversation.
You don't recall?
Mm-mm.
Why did you pull out and follow him?
Why did I pull out and follow him?
After you got back on the road, why did you follow him?
I wanted to relay his location to 911.
You remember telling your grandma it was your bullet that hit him in the head and killed him?
I don't even think that the headshot didn't even kill him, so that doesn't even make sense.
Well,
But I did say it. I don't recall saying it, but I did say it.
did you have any information about it at the time?
I don't believe at that time I'd been told something like that.
So these are before you gave me the phone, right?
Right.
So, this was pretty soon after, right?
2 days after, maybe.
Whatever the day the last phone calls were, right?
Right.
So during this time, you're talking to your grandma and you're saying, I hit him and I killed him. When you said, I hit him in the head and killed him.
I did say that.
But you don't know, did you? I mean, you
No.
didn't know at that time.
No.
And
I
now
know
you
what.
now you know it's wrong, right?
Right.
Okay. You remember telling Granny when you got back in the truck, he was laid down, hidden, and still shooting at us, where we couldn't see him? Remember telling her that?
I don't recall that conversation, but I know that I did say that to her.
And you said when he had to reload, he showed his head for a split second? Remember saying that?
I don't recall telling her that, but that conversation happened. I did say that.
Okay. And you said I aimed and I shot him in the face. Do you remember saying that?
I don't remember saying it, but I did say that.
But you didn't know at this time if you shot him in the face, right?
No.
Did you know anything
I didn't, no. I didn't
about
know.
these kind of details?
No, I didn't have those details.
Okay. You remember telling your granny, I don't know if he was on drugs?
I don't recall saying that.
You remember telling her I don't know if he was drunk?
I don't recall saying that. But I did say those things. Those things happened.
How about saying I don't know if he was crazy?
I don't recall that conversation, but I know I did say that.
You remember telling your granny that you know what? He started that thing?
I don't recall the conversation, but I did say that.
You remember saying he started a gun, this is you to your granny. You remember saying he started a gunfight, and it's almost sick to say, Granny, when I was back in my element.
I don't recall saying that, but I did say that.
You have any idea what that might mean?
No, I've been trying to figure that one out. Best I can guess is that we went through extensive training on how to react to contact, and that training is intensive, it's extensive, and it's intensive, and maybe in that moment I felt like I was going back to muscle memory, which would have been in my element.
Because you don't know.
No, I don't know.
You remember telling your granny I enjoyed it? I got my adrenaline rush out of it?
I did say that. I don't recall her saying it, but I did say that.
Okay. You remember saying to your granny, it's sad, but there's a set of parents out there grieving because their son did something stupid?
I don't recall saying that, but I did say that.
You remember saying, that's the only thing I have any kind of emotion towards at this point is, it sucks for his parents, but he made a choice and put me in a position where I had to make a choice.
I don't recall telling her that, but I know I did say that.
Some of these things are descriptive, aren't they?
There what?
Some of these things are descriptive. I mean, he did put you in a position, right?
He did.
Remember telling your granny, that's what the guy did. He rode down the highway aiming a gun at all these different people.
I don't recall the conversation, but I know I did say it.
saying to you, Granny, that then when he showed his head, I shot him in the face, and that's what ended it?
I don't recall the conversation, but I did say it. All of these things I said.
All right. You remember a call with your mom about video?
Vaguely.
You know anything about video this instant?
No.
Did you hear anything about video?
I've heard so much about the video.
After the incident, you heard about it, right?
Right.
You ever seen the video?
I have not seen any video from that day, other than the Minuteman and the fireworks store.
You remember saying in response to your mom's question, Ron, this is, for the record, been provided. It's one of the discovery documents, and it's got a mark on it from these two phone numbers between Weldon and his mom. And I'd like to publish the mom's part, but I'll be happy to get the client to read it, whatever your preference is, but I just need to publish it. The mom says, oh my gosh.
No, this is the lawyer. Do y'all have a preference how he publishes this or not?
I'm sorry, it's hard for me to hear when he just leans down and.
Mr. Moss, go
So I
back
don't
over
know
what
what
you
he's
said
talking
before.
about.
You said you had a statement
I
of
want him to
transcript.
review his mom's question and his response, and I'm happy to publish both, but I want to make sure Your Honor's okay
And
with
this
it.
is a transcript of a phone call.
Yes, sir. All these are transcripts of
That's
phone
what I thought. That's what we've been consistent dealing with here recently.
That's correct.
So, does the,
I've been
hang
publishing.
on. Does y'all have any preference
No, Your Honor.
as to the co-defendant?
I'm going to play it. How about hand it to him, let him refresh his recollection, and ask him an actual question?
Okay.
That's not a bad idea.
Let me hand you this transcript, okay? At the bottom down here.
We could play it. Either one.
Yeah, I'm happy to play it. I can get it up if he wants to.
I just sent you the transcript, Your Honor. I'm here for this witness to tell you this story. I'm not so much interested in it.
You don't need all that.
We need all that. That's theater, and it's not what this here is about. You recall this conversation with your mom? Don't get that far ahead. I just want you to read that one at the bottom there.
I vaguely recall it, but not much.
What's she asking?
She's asking me, Your Honor, she's asking, does the video show something different? And you were, but then I cut her off and I say, I haven't seen the video. And she says, and you were on the phone with 911 though. And I said, yeah, but I haven't seen the video.
What video?
I think I am asking her in this moment what video she's talking about.
You hadn't seen it.
I have not seen the video.
Yeah. Read that bottom line that says Weldon, carry on to the next sentence with your statement and your mom's statement.
Yes, sir. Yeah, but I haven't seen the video, and does the video show him aiming at us and firing, or did it start too late? Mom, somebody saw him, the guy whoever Ace texted you about, saw the guy pull his gun on you. I cut her off and I said, I looked back at Ace's in my conversation and, do you want me to keep going?
No, I want to know who Ace is.
Ace Parker, he's
It's acquaintance yours, right?
yes,
He's a what?
Acquaintance.
Okay, your friend.
You talked to him.
I did.
Okay. And did you learn anything from him? If you know, if there might have been a video, or I mean, what happened? Why are you talking about a video with your mom? If you know,
I think I'm equally confused in this conversation of what video we're talking about. To this day, I don't know what video they're talking about. They're accusing me of having filmed a video and deleted it.
He's asking questions.
If you filmed it, you know where it started, right?
Correct.
But you're asking your mom in here, did it stop too soon? Or you're asking these questions, right?
I think what I'm trying to figure out in those questions is, if there is a video, does it show him aiming at us and firing?
Okay. But you don't know about it yet.
No, I do not know about a video.
Okay. Now, these are in the days after, right?
Correct.
Before the phone came to me. So I'd like to stand over here, so I like to keep going back and forth with this document, if you don't mind. Would you read this paragraph and that paragraph?
This one to this one?
Yes, sir.
The video showing him aiming at us and firing, or did it start too late? Mom, somebody saw him, the guy, whoever Ace texted you about, saw the guy pull his gun on you. I cut her off here. I looked back at Ace's in my conversation and must have misunderstood it because I don't see where Ace said that I see where, transcript's weird. I don't see where Ace said that I see where said he was at Pooh's with a county council member, and they were listening to it over the police scanner. I don't know if someone else told me that, but I've been looking and can't find that anymore. There's somebody in there.
All right.
So you don't know where it came from.
Yeah, that's way out of context for the court. That's just a huge,
So,
just,
I appreciate that.
I hate to do this, but I have to take a break.
you know what? I'm gonna go along with you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I got, that's probably good.
Everybody's good. All right. How much more you got, Mr. Moss?
I want to go through all these phone calls because we're going here.
All right. Let's take till, between 1 and 2, so close to 15 minutes. Be back in a little bit. Be seated, please. Understand? Discuss your testimony anymore? Excellent. All right, Mr. Moss, continue.
I got two or three more, Judge, and I'm gonna end it for that. These are different directions. Do you remember saying, you called Brandon? I've got people. I've got a county judge. I've got Brandon. You remember saying that?
I don't recall the conversation, but I have read it and I know I said it.
Do you have a county judge?
No,
Do you know a county judge?
no. I know of a judge who I asked custody battle related questions to one time and later found out he wasn't even a family court judge.
Brandon, that's Brandon Strickland, right?
Right, and we're not friends. I don't know him. I just was
You
given
the judge or to my Brandon?
the judge.
Okay. Brandon, you were friends, right?
Brandon and I was friends, yes.
And you called him to the scene.
I did.
He didn't come.
He didn't come.
All right. You remember talking to someone and telling them that the solicitor is a friend of yours and he relayed a message to get Boyd getting clear?
I can't hear
Do you remember, what was it like that? You remember telling somebody the solicitor was a friend?
I know that I said that.
Is the solicitor a friend?
No,
You know who the solicitor is, right?
I do.
Have you met him?
Once that I can recall.
What do you recall about that?
He came into the restaurant, introduced himself as who he was, what he did, asked for my support, and he ate lunch, and I spoke to him for 5-10 minutes while he ate, and then he left.
You call any other meetings with him?
No,
You know anything about his family or where he lives?
no,
Is he a friend?
no,
Have any reason to think that he was intervening on your behalf?
no.
But you said it, right?
I said it.
All right, this is during this same time frame. Mark, Your Honor, defendant's 66. I want to talk to you about these. Let me show you. Court's document. Let me ask you if you recognize it.
These appear to be text messages between, no, it's me at the top. Okay, this is me speaking to my mother.
Do you remember?
I don't recall this conversation, no.
It was 5 days after it, September 14th.
Yes, 5 days.
This is you to your mom, your trusted confidant.
Okay.
Did you read it? Publish it for the court.
You want me to read it out loud?
If you feel comfortable. If not,
Yeah,
you
I
read it,
can.
you tell me if I got it right.
Mama, I only followed him because he aimed a gun at innocent people. I told the police I was going to stay with him so they could find him. I had no idea that that would lead to a gunfight. I just wanted a cop to get this guy off the road. I even told the dispatcher he would probably shoot a cop. Even when he aimed at us, we didn't pull our guns. We didn't pull our guns until he started shooting.
Now, this is 5 days after to your mom.
Correct.
And this is the same time these phone calls went on. Well, they went on for about 4 days. But this is right after.
Correct. Same time period.
All right. You recognize the text on the next page?
I don't recall it, but it looks, I don't know who I'm talking to in this one.
Can you tell us the text that you sent?
I did not know the guy. I did not know this guy. All I knew in that moment was that in that moment he was a dangerous person.
Well, the court can have it. Do you remember making this conversation?
I don't remember this conversation.
Okay.
Keep going.
But you only know if you remember the next one. Is this your text?
It's a conversation with me. I don't know who I'm talking to in this one.
Do you remember it?
No, I think I'm talking to my mom in this one. I don't remember this conversation.
Somebody, you said what, in the middle of the page?
Huh?
In the middle of the page, you said what? You said to bring me a Diet Coke, right?
We're on different pages.
Okay, let's see what you got.
Next one.
You remember this one?
I do not remember this one.
Okay, let's skip it. And on the page that starts September 17th at 9:03, you see it?
I do.
Remember this text?
I do not, but I believe I'm speaking to my mother.
It's your text, isn't it?
It is my text.
Can you read what you typed?
Yes, the entire night. I woke up once and just cried. I don't know why. His mom is on my mind, and she's all I could think about. I just cried and fell back asleep. I cried on the way to the farm again, and I don't know why. I just feel so sorry for his mom, but I slept, and I needed that. I just want to tell her that I'm sorry, but I can't because that will look like guilt.
You remember sending that text?
No.
But you felt that way, evidently, because you put it in there. I don't know. Do you know? Can you explain these things that were going on?
No. I want to understand it, but I don't. I don't understand it.
Did you intend to hurt that man?
No.
Would you have fired him had he not fired you?
No. I gave him every chance he really just got back in the truck.
Boyd, I'm not going to ask you more questions now. These other attorneys probably will. And give your time attention to them, please.
You want to go first?
I absolutely want to
Go ahead.
I think it should be
go. Okay.
Mr. Tinsley.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Let's start where we left off. We're going to back up. We're going to go in the same order you went for this judgment. We're going to start. You still got those text messages in front of you?
Exhibit 66.
Mama, I only followed him because he aimed a gun at innocent people. But you were already following him, weren't you?
I don't know what point you're talking about.
The part when you started following him. Remember when you showed those exhibits of that Jeep? That's the first time you saw him aim a gun at anybody, right?
He aimed a gun at us too.
The innocent people. The innocent people you're talking about right here, you've already taken pictures of him before, and you're already following him when you're taking the pictures, aren't you?
I started following him when he aimed a gun at my friend's head.
Okay. But that's not the innocent people you're talking about, is it?
He was innocent.
Okay. You're already following him well before you see the Jeep, right?
After he aimed a gun at us.
And you heard, yesterday you heard Mr. Wright say he didn't point the gun out the window when he went flying by you. He didn't do that, did he?
He did do that.
Okay. The second page, I wanted to ensure he didn't get away from the cops. And I thought I was protecting someone, somewhere. You even said at one point in time, he might have had a wife at home. He was going to go home and do something too. So you were going to stop him, weren't you?
No, it wasn't my intention.
Well, who was the someone, somewhere?
When someone's acting like that, I don't know who he's out to cause damage to.
You know that from your CWP training, and you brought it up, I think, 3 times today, you know that when you have a right to use deadly force is in that moment when you have to strike to protect somebody. It has to be immediate, the threat, right?
I don't recall it being instructed that way to me.
You think I can point a gun at you, you go home tonight, come find me tomorrow and shoot me?
That's not in any way what this situation is.
The things that happened back down towards Bell and Bell don't have anything to do with why you shot him, does it?
I wasn't at Bell and Bell at the same time he was.
That was my question. Whatever you saw happen back down the road has absolutely nothing to do with why you shot Scott Spivey, does it?
I shot Scott Spivey because he shot at us.
Right. That's my point. And you didn't see an extended magazine in his truck, did you?
I didn't go in his truck.
You didn't see it when you were shooting him.
He was outside of the truck when we started shooting.
That's right. Didn't have anything to do with it, right? Couldn't smell an odor of alcohol on him as he passed you going on the highway to speed, could you?
No.
Didn't have anything to do with why you shot him, did it?
I shot him because he shot at us.
That's right. You and I agree, and this is probably the only thing we're going to agree to. You and I agree. Now, by September the 17th, this is the text where you say, you just wish you could tell his mama you're sorry. By then, your reputation was getting ruined, wasn't it?
By then, I'm probably off social media.
Because you, and we're going to hear some of the calls, you claim your reputation was getting ruined, you were getting trashed, right?
I was.
And right before you write this text, whoever you're writing it to, you had a call where you said if you saw his mama, you would say, fuck you. Your son tried to kill me, didn't you?
I did say that.
Yes, sir. You did say that. When you broke down the first time and the judge took a break, you cried like crazy right there, and you got up and you glared at me immediately, didn't you?
I walked by you. You were glaring at me.
No, sir. How about pull up the photo? See, what you don't realize is that everything's being recorded. I think Mr. Martin must be doing something, Judge.
No, young Mr. Martin's not in here.
That's you looking at me, right?
That's me walking. Where are you?
You agree when Mr. Mall said that what I said was correct when you told the judge earlier, and you told me, I stood up and said that was a lie. You agree that wasn't true, right?
You did have access to our trial strategy
Your trial strategy in what?
in those text messages.
In trial strategy in what case? This case?
This case.
This case. All right. You signed a consent form, and you gave the phone to Mr. Moss. Do you have it up there?
No, so you didn't have it.
You didn't put it in? All right.
It's open in the book, right?
Let me ask you this. I'm going to, the judge can take notice of it. You gave the phone to Mr. Moss, I think you said, what, 3 or 4 days after the shooting, right?
I believe it was Wednesday.
Okay, 4 days. And then you went and got the phone on the 18th of November at his office, and you deleted some stuff. You told the judge about that.
I did.
And then Mr. Moss turned it over to SLED a few days after that, 3 days I think, on the 21st. And then the phone went from here in the PD to Columbia, where it was downloaded on the 24th of September of 2023, right?
I assume so. I don't know
Okay.
where it went.
I filed this lawsuit June the 3rd, 2024. So tell me how it is your trial strategy was on that phone.
You told him that you had our information our text messages between each other where we have been discussing this case and how we were going to defend ourselves against the shooting and everything else going on.
Well, either he lied to you or you lied to the court, but that's not what happened. And you heard him correct you to the judge. Truth not in you, is it, Mr. Boyd?
You had messages between my attorney and I discussing the incident on September 9th.
I asked you during your deposition, had you ever been treated for any sort of mental or psychological issue, and you said no, right?
I don't recall what I said. Can I see the transcript?
This is your deposition. This is the sealed deposition. Just like I did with Mr. Wright, I'm going to tell you and take you to a page in line. There's page numbers in the top right-hand corner. If you go to page 41, and then look down at line 10. My question, have you ever been treated for any other mental or psychological problem or issue? And that other is in addition to just depression, is what you told me. Right?
Right.
And your answer was mental? No. Just normal ups and downs I think every adult goes through.
Okay.
That's what you said, right?
That's what I said.
You didn't say anything about PTSD, did you?
When I went through all of my records for the,
You didn't say anything in your deposition transcript that day under oath about PTSD, did you? Yes or
because
no?
I
And
went,
then you can explain it.
when I went through my military records, as we're gathering all this stuff for this lawsuit, I went through my military records, went back to the stuff from Camp Shelby, Mississippi, and I found no diagnosis of PTSD. I thought I had been diagnosed, but I did not see it when I dug through it.
Well, that's because you wouldn't treat it to VA because you didn't want a record of it. And you were actually treating it McLeod Health, weren't you?
I didn't go to the VA because it was in Columbia and I live here.
Well, you made a number of statements about, and I'm going to get to that here in 1 second. You made a number of statements early on about the child's mother and her mother.
Correct?
And you know that your lawyer subpoenaed those records. For what reason, I have no idea, but those text messages weren't given to me. Your lawyer subpoenaed them, and then I produced them to you because they were afraid you would threaten them, right?
I don't know why you produced them to us. We were confused why you
Okay.
did it.
Well, you don't have to understand why I produced them, do you?
No, sir.
But you thought there was something untoward in that regard, didn't you?
I'm sorry.
You thought it was wrong for me to produce them to you.
I just thought it was odd that you're the one that jumped into it.
I thought it was odd that you would subpoena their text messages about you. And until I got them. Do you have the text? About the PTSD? Judge, this is why I decided to do it from this table, because I got so much stuff.
That podium won't hold all what you got.
You have it? Well, let me come back to that. Isn't it true, Mr. Boyd, that you treated at McLeod Health with is it Holt?
Dr. Holt?
Dr. Holt. And you, at least at the beginning of 2018, you were treating with him for
PTSD and severe anger issues, weren't you?
I told Dr. Holt that I believe I may have PTSD because I thought that that's what I'd been diagnosed with at Camp Shelby, Mississippi.
Well, and Dr. Holt treated you and prescribed medication for you, did he not?
He did.
And you treated with him fairly consistently, 2018, 2019, all the way up until 2020, October, at the end of October. All of this is treatment, and you're welcome to look at it. All that's treatment for PTSD, and they're prescribing you antipsychotic medication, aren't they?
I don't know which medication he prescribed. I haven't-
You were on medication for your PTSD, weren't you? And your severe anger.
Where does it say severe anger? I see anger because I remember having this conversation with him. I don't see severe anger.
What's my next exhibit? 17 and 18, John. Mr. Boyd, I'm going to show you one of the text messages that you subpoenaed from Jordan. And in that text message, she says something to the effect, she never said you were stupid. And then you remind her that you've been diagnosed with PTSD, correct?
Yeah, I say that I remember I also have PTSD. They assessed me at Camp Shelby immediately after deployment.
Yep.
And I went through those records, and there's no diagnosis in those records.
Okay. And you also told her, you said, they feel sure, this is for your disability, they feel sure we can get my knee and back approved. And then they went through my psych records and said there was enough documented there. It's hard to read.
Yeah, the record that I'm talking about here is why I dug through there trying to find it, and I could not find it.
I understand that. I'm getting to the down. I told them I didn't want PTSD on my medical records because if the gun laws got stricter, then you wouldn't be able to keep your guns, would you?
I think the red flag law is a flawed law in many states, and it's not a problem I want to have.
You don't have to talk tough to your mama, do you, Mr. Boyd?
I think I get frustrated sometimes to talk to her tough. I think I talk to people.
But you're honest with her, aren't you?
I'm very honest with my mother.
Now, can you pull up the text messages you just? The list is out. All right. So this is the download from SLED of your text messages. You told us about encountering Scott Spivey right after you'd sent the text, correct? Remember that at the beginning of your testimony? Do you remember that at the beginning of your testimony?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where we're at on it.
Okay, I'm going to show you. So here's the content, there's the message, there's the direction outgoing,
Okay.
and then this text message right here, 1749, that's the last text message you send, right?
Okay.
The next one is, he shot at me, he tried to kill me.
Okay.
That's a yes?
Yes.
Okay. So you agree that's the last text message and you told the judge this morning, or whenever it was, that was when you encountered Scott Spivey, right?
I don't know when these messages were sent.
Well, the time that they were sent is
Right
right
now,
there.
I'm not sure who these are even to.
Well, I can show you. So here's another page. I'm just going to pull it out of here. And we're going to mark that as the next one, which will be, is that 19? So this is the same thing. Who is it sent to?
Where is it? Oh, I see now. Diane Ollis.
Diane Ollis. Acquaintance?
Yeah, friend.
Okay, let me put this sticker on there for the judge.
That's 19?
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right, so at 5:49, you sent Diane Ollis a text message that says, Jordan had to deliver the car in the ring to the church at 1 p.m. today. My family went at 1:30 to pick it up, and Jordan pulled up across the street and watched. She had a guy with her, we think driving. Emily J. was in the back seat, right?
Okay.
That's what you said, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you told the judge, beginning of your testimony, that that's when you encountered Scott Spivey. Correct?
I believe I was told the judge that I was texting and
Yeah.
just finished up a text.
That's
And
right.
it happened at some point then.
No, you said, I finished the text and then encountered Scott Spivey. I wrote
Okay.
it down right here.
Okay.
You don't disagree with that, right? So we know exactly what time you encountered Scott Spivey. It's 5:49, 0 seconds.
It would be in that time frame.
That's
I don't know how long before or how long after that text got sent that happened.
Well, you're changing what you said now. So was what you said this morning accurate or not? Because you said I sent the text and then I encountered him as I sent that text.
I encountered him in that time period.
Okay. And you don't recall landmarks, you don't know where that was, you just know 5:49 was in the time period that you encountered him.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you really watered down the East Bay Deli thing. You think you would pull up audio 59? Page 133. One. I'm gonna play a longer clip, because I don't wanna have to keep cutting it up and doing it over again. But you agree that the dispatcher that was on the phone didn't give you permission to chase Scott Spivey, did he?
No, he didn't. I didn't ask permission. I didn't chase. I didn't ask. I told him that I was going to follow.
Yes, sir. And you agree that it wasn't incumbent on Horry County dispatcher to tell you not to chase Scott Spivey, right?
I didn't chase Scott Spivey. I followed him, and no one has to give you an order or permission to follow someone who's committing felonious acts to relay their location to 911.
So I had asked you about whether you had chased someone before, and you denied it to me, correct? About the East Bay Deli, you thought I was referencing, but you didn't chase anybody, right?
What page is that, so I can just see the context, please?
One second. Let me
You said that wasn't a chase, right? You told the judge you just sort of followed him down the street, kind of parked, and you let him go.
That's how I remember it. I drew it on a map as how I remember it. It's been over 10, maybe 10 years.
Yes, sir. All right. This is how you remembered it on, I'm looking. Do you have the date of this? Now I got your school. So this, November the 11th, 2023, at 7:14 p.m., you call your mother. That's what this call is. It's audio number 59. It's in the exhibit that I've already filed, Your Honor. Go ahead.
No, I told you hear me tell the dispatcher. This is another thing that's going to help me. You hear me tell the dispatcher, I'm going to follow him so you know where he's going. And I tell him, I said, look, this guy has a gun. He might shoot an officer. Be careful. And I told the dispatcher, I said, he's aiming his gun at us. If he shoots, I'm going to have to put this guy down. I think at one point the dispatcher said, I understand. And then when I told the dispatcher that I was going to follow him to tell them where he's going so a cop could catch him, the dispatcher said, okay. That's key. Because if they try to argue that you followed him and you shouldn't have, well, that's on dispatch. Because the story I can tell is, and Ken agrees, if they didn't want me to follow him, the dispatcher would have given me instructions not to. Because if you remember when that drunk guy came in East Bay Deli and stole off the saddle bar, and I chased him in my truck, and I told the dispatcher I was chasing him, the dispatcher told me, don't do that. Then I pulled up into the parking lot where he was parked, and I blocked his truck in, so he couldn't leave till the cop got there. And don't you remember the dispatcher told me, sir, you need to move your vehicle, because if you block his exit, he could say that's kidnapping. So they gave me instructions, and I followed their instructions. When I told this dispatcher that I'm going to follow this guy so I can tell you where he's going, his response was, okay. So there's no wrong.
But he didn't say okay, did he?
To my recollection, he did. But he also did not tell me not to, where this dispatcher in this incident told me what I can and can't, what to and what not to do, and I followed their instructions.
And you remembered that in this moment, didn't you?
This isn't in that moment. This is November, over a month later.
No, sir.
You said this was November
This
9th.
is 2 days after you shot and killed Scott Spivey.
Okay, well then, yeah, I remembered it then too.
And so it's on page 55, if you want to look at it in your deposition. And I asked you a question on line 16. You've been in a chase before, right? You there?
I'm trying to get
Line
to it.
18 is your answer.
Yep.
Chase? No, sir. That wasn't true, was it, Mr. Boyd?
It wasn't a chase, as what I explained to the judge and showed him the map. We literally pulled out of the deli. We drove 200 yards down a road, stopped twice at a stop sign. He turned into the laundromat, as I remember it, and I pulled up behind him.
Yeah. Well, and what we hear you in that call is you're getting your story straight, right? You're refining your story.
No, I'm recalling the previous incident years before about what happened there, and that they told me what to do. I followed the directions.
I don't know the mayor's name. Is it Hatley or
Hatley.
Hadley?
Hatley.
Hatley. Is that a man or a woman?
It's a woman.
Okay. Neither she nor I had anything to do with what you decided to do that day on Highway 9, did you?
No.
Neither she nor I had anything to do with the words that came out of your mouth that we're going to hear in these phone calls, did we?
No.
Now, Mr. Moss had you on the stand and he asked you about the fact that you didn't know any of the officers out there. And you said you didn't know any of them.
Not that I can recollect.
Okay.
The ones I looked at, I didn't know, I don't think.
Go to audio 11. Sure. Let's start. So this is the I got a county judge part. And hold on just one second. And the person you're talking to is Bradley, right?
I don't know what you're about to play.
Okay. Well, Mr. Moss asked you earlier where you say, right before you call Brandon Strickland, the number 2 man in the county, you're telling Bradley, I got a county judge and a number 2 man. That's what we're going to hear. And you're telling Bradley to reassure him that it's going to be okay.
Okay?
That's right. Correct? You said yeah. Right?
I haven't. Can I hear it?
Go ahead and play it.
I got a judge, a county judge, I got Brandon with the SWAT team.
What's up, man?
Brandon, where you at?
I'm at my house.
Can you come to Camp Swamp Road off of 9 like as fast as possible?
Yeah, what's wrong?
I had to shoot somebody.
You said I had to shoot somebody. You said Bradley had to shoot somebody. You said I had to shoot somebody, right?
Well, he doesn't know Bradley. I'm just saying, hey, this happened.
So, about 11 minutes later, he calls you back. Now pull up audio 55. And just so, I don't think the judge understands because he's pretty shocked fellow. That is the number 2 man you were talking to right there, right?
That's what I believe, yes.
Yeah. Go ahead and play.
Hey, look.
Hi.
Look, I got I got the people coming that need to come, but I need you to listen to me and understand me for a second, okay?
Okay.
It might not make sense now, but it'll make sense later. You want me to come out there, okay?
Yeah, I get it. I get it now. I understand.
You got the right people coming out there. You didn't need to know the people on the scene, did you?
He called me and told me that.
Okay. Now, you remember you questioned why on earth Damon Vescovi would hand you that note, and then you said that you were pacing back and forth. I'm going to need you to bring up that video. You pacing back and forth, and I don't know if you said you think he felt sorry for you or what, but you couldn't fathom why he did it. I'm going to show you his dash camera video. No, that's fine. That's you sitting on your trailer, right?
Yes, on the left.
Yeah. You're not pacing, are you?
No, not at that time.
Okay. Start play. Showed you the note and he walks back to his patrol car, right?
Yes.
Okay. You couldn't understand why he did that, could you?
No, I didn't get it.
But you were on the phone with your lawyer in that call, weren't you?
I don't know. I would have to look at timestamps. You
I'm
could
gonna
probably
pull
tell me
the
I'm on
next
the
video. I'll
phone.
pull it up. We'll pull up this body cam video so you can see it. not pacing there either, are you, Mr. Boyd?
No, at that point, I'd been fussed at to sit down.
But in terms of what you told this court today, that the reason you think he showed you that note was because you were pacing back and forth, that ain't true, is it?
I had been pacing and I had been told to sit down.
That's right. And you've been sitting down, haven't you?
Since told that, yes.
I just asked you who you were on the phone with, and you said Kim.
Yes.
Damon Spivey? He said to tell you this. Do you want to talk to him?
Yeah.
Here.
He and his thing. His team says, yeah, are you coming out here? Okay, do you want to know how long you leave?
He said, Kim, this is Damon, right?
Yes.
And I got witnesses here that are backing it up. Just so you know. Yeah. What, the CID's coming? Yeah, it's one call for him. If you'll stay by, if you're happy coming out here, you'll just hang on here. I'll let them know you're close by and we'll meet you.
You stop. And then he walks back to his car, writes the note, he comes back, he shows it to you. Correct?
I believe that's when it happened, yes.
Now, go to audio 10. 17 seconds to minute 46. Just so you have some context, Mr. Boyd, this is the next morning, September the 10th, 9:10 a.m., 17 seconds. And you're on the phone again with Brandon Strickland. Number 2 man still at this time in Horry County.
Well, dude, I didn't come there last night. I did that for you because I didn't want anybody to be able to come back and say, like that other guy's family or something, say, oh, he's friends with the deputy chief and he was out there directing the investigation. You know what I mean?
No, I understood that completely. I think all the cops seemed to agree that it was 100%. Apparently he had pointed the gun at other drivers too before he even got to us.
He did. Well, and I'll tell you what happened after you called me. Now this is Brandon and Will, never to be spoke of again.
Okay.
I called my people. And the detective who met with you last night was Alan Jones, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, country guy.
Yeah.
Good old boy. Well, that's who I sent out there, and I called the captain over investigations, told me who you were. And my next call was to Jimmy Rickens, because we always call him out on stuff like that. And I told him, I said, look, here's the deal. And he's like, okay, let me send. But we called him, he sent somebody from his office. He said, all right, he said, let me work on something. And he's the one that sent George the bus there last night, who was a solicitor. I don't know if you saw him or not.
Yeah, we spoke.
Okay, well, you were taken care of.
Well, I appreciate that. I mean, there's already people saying that I shot him because he's dating my ex. I mean, I don't even understand this shit. I don't even know the guy.
Why do you need to be taken care of if it's a clear-cut case of self-defense?
I answered a phone call and someone started talking to me. I didn't request to be taken care of.
Well, you actually did. You picked up the phone immediately, and you called him to come down there right away. Right? You just heard that.
I did call him. I did ask him to come. I didn't ask for anyone to take care of me.
And you also tried to assure Bradley that it was going to be okay, even though this was a clear-cut case of self-defense. Right?
I did try to reassure my friend that things were going to be okay.
Because he got in the battle, he stayed in the battle with you, didn't he?
He was being shot at, I was being shot at, and we fired back.
He got in the fight.
Judge, I know this has been a relatively objection-free hearing, and I know that it is a hearing, stand your ground hearing and not a trial, but on behalf of my client, Bradley Williams, I would like to interpose an objection and note for the court that the last two questions by Mr. Tinsley relating to the call to Brandon Strickland and the call, and the Damon Vescovi sign issue and the last call to Mr. Strickland are not relevant in any way whatsoever as related to why Mr. Spivey got shot and killed. And that's the purpose of this hearing. All of this is related to something totally different that Mr. Tinsley and Mr. Boyd are discussing, but not Bradley Williams. He's not calling any police. He was along for the ride. This happened. His position is he had to defend himself. This isn't relevant, so I know the court can take into account all matters if you want to in a hearing of the nature we have, but it's so hard for me to sit and not object when this isn't relevant, and I don't want you considering this against my client, Bradley Williams.
And I'm not suggesting it is, Judge.
And the court can distinguish, there's two separate people involved, Mr. Boyd and your client. I'll let him continue on. I understand your objection, and I will try to distinguish that.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. So next, after the lawyer established you didn't know anybody at the scene, actually, let's do this right quick. Can you go back to the Blaze Ward? Into you in the car. So this is just for the record. You remember when O'Brien, and it was a very astute catch, when he pointed out that there were raindrops on the window of, I think it's Detective Quick's car when he was interviewing Blaze Ward. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead and see if you can. Yeah. All right. Pull it up. Now look in the rear. Look out that back window. Right there. That's your lawyer, isn't it?
It is. Well, I believe it is.
What's a good?
Okay, 910-6.
Now, he didn't ask you a little bit about your truck, what kind of truck it was. That truck had what, 1,000 horsepower, 1,100? What is this big old truck?
No, 702 horsepower.
Oh, okay. But it would really go fast, wouldn't it?
It would. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. You posted about it on Facebook. Let's pull up the first one. Right there?
No.
How fast are you going? Let's slow down now. We can run it again. You want to run it? Look, you put the stick on 80.
Well, this right here is 60.
We're going to play it again.
Okay.
One more time.
So I stopped at 50.
Okay. About the next one. We didn't have any trouble hearing you say shit in that, did we? We didn't have any trouble hearing you, though, over the, what'd you call those things in that truck?
Supercharger.
Supercharger.
It's a lot different at 100 miles an hour. It's louder. Faster you go, the louder it gets.
You knew your truck would outrun Scott Spivey's truck, didn't you?
Probably would.
Now, this is you racing with your dad, right?
Yeah.
January 1st, 2022, you're in the TRX, and is that a GMC truck he's driving, or is that a Chevrolet? I can't tell.
What are you getting at here, Mr. Tinsley?
What kind of truck is that your dad's driving in that video?
Well, first off, that's not a TRX.
Okay, what truck is that?
That is a diesel. I believe that's a 2020 2500 HD.
That's fine. We'll move on. What about the next one? Pictures. So this is a post you made in May of 2022. Are you talking about the TRX here?
Yeah, that's a TRX.
Okay. And tell us what the point of this post is. Uphill,
It's showing a 0 to 60 time.
0 to 60 in 3.98 seconds. Uphill, you say 13%? Pretty steep grade, right?
I don't know. Oh, yeah, I see that now. Yes.
Okay. Take you 10.3 seconds the last time you did it in this one to get to 100 miles an hour, but your best to get to 100 was 8.7 seconds, correct?
That's what the computer. No, yeah.
Well,
I saw braking. Yes.
and in fairness, so that everybody understands, those red lines are your lines, aren't they?
Yes.
Now, you said something earlier today about keeping 911 on phone. And the reason you did that is because you knew you wanted to be recorded when you killed Scott Spivey, didn't you?
I don't know if those are my words. I don't know what you're talking about.
When you turned on to, come on, we go into the, when you turned on to, or before you turned on to Camp Swamp Road, you made a demonstration to the judge talking about this distance, 75 feet, thought it might have been 90 feet. But before you pulled up to whatever that is depicted in that exhibit, you could see him about 60 yards away, couldn't you?
I disagree with that.
Okay. Will you at least agree that 60 yards, 60 times 3 be 180 feet, more or less, right?
Are we talking about on 9? I'm confused. Are we on
I'm
9?
asking you, do you agree that 60 yards is 180 feet?
Okay, yes.
All right, and he's 199 feet as measured with a rolling tape by the officer, correct?
Okay.
All right.
I'm confused where we're met. Are we talking about on how, I want to understand, are we on Highway 9 or are we on Camp Swamp? Are you talking about from the fog line to his tire?
I'm talking about the fact that you said the night of, before you pulled on the Camp Swamp Road, you could see him sitting 60 yards away.
When I turned onto Camp Swamp, I could now see his truck.
60 yards away.
Okay.
Go ahead and play. It's the night of.
the road, so I stopped. And then that's when the door swung open, and
You saw him 60 yards away.
Okay.
You also saw him stopping, because you tell the dispatcher on 911, he stopped and he stopped, right?
I saw brake lights and the door was open. I assumed he was stopping.
Okay. But you don't dispute, and I'm trying to go as quick as I can, we can go back and listen to the 911 call, that you said he stopped and he stopped.
I did say that in the 911 call.
Okay. And 60 yards would be a pretty good estimate from the fog line up to where he was stopped, right?
Okay.
You agree with that?
I agree.
And you nonetheless pulled down that road and pulled up to where you stopped your truck.
I had to come to a stop, and that took a little bit of distance, but I stopped significantly far behind him. I did not pull up on his truck.
Whatever distance you pulled, you were the one driving the vehicle down that road at that moment, weren't you?
I was driving the vehicle.
Yeah. Were you going so fast when you made that turn you were out of control?
No, I had a trailer and boxes in the back of the truck.
None of those fell out, did they?
They did not fall out.
Now, you remember telling the judge today that you had to drop your phone, turn around and look, you're looking for where to go, there's some cars, and you're trying, and then you got confused where the shifter was on your truck?
I don't know that my phone had been dropped at that point.
But you said you had to drop your phone, right?
At a certain point, when I went for my gun is when I dropped my phone.
I'm going audio 52. This is 52, 114. Through 25.
yeah, I'm fine. I mean, the dude just made shit choices. There's all kinds of stupid rumors going around that like he was with my ex. None of that shit's true. They had calls coming in before the dude even got to me. He was driving crazy by Bell and Bell. He ran other cars off the road. When he got up to me, I was pulling a trailer. Dude runs me into the ditch almost. I mean, I'm in the ditch in the median on 9 at 60 miles an hour. And all my shit's flying everywhere. He holds a gun out the window, aims right at us, aimed at another car that had like a 20-year-old driver in it. Then he turned down the road. I'm on the whole thing, the entire thing is on, is recorded through 911 because I wanted it to be recorded. So I called and I was telling him step by step like.
Because I wanted it to be recorded.
I did want it to be recorded.
That's right. You knew what you were going to do. Go to audio 59, 130, 4 through 16.
Any other solution, he began firing. You hear him shoot, and then you hear me and Bradley engage, and it's just non-stop fighting. And then he crawls back in his vehicle, and you hear me and Bradley stop. So we didn't continue, we didn't try to kill him at that point. When he got back in his vehicle and quit shooting at us, we quit shooting. You hear me?
Still being on 911?
All of it's recorded. I made sure the phone was sitting right between me and Bradley when this was going on so it could all be recorded. Even the dispatcher is...
Made sure it was sitting right between you, right? You didn't drop it. You had it sitting there so it would all be recorded on 911 when you did this.
I dropped the phone. It ended up there in the shuffling around. It ended up on the floor.
That's not what you told your mom, right? We just heard it. Truth's just not in you, is it?
I dropped the phone, landed in between us. I assume in the shuffling around, it ended up on the floor.
Now, you told the judge about the memory on the tablet, and I couldn't quite follow. It takes a lot of memory to record dash cam videos.
Yes.
And you know this because you've done this before?
No, I knew this was an allegation against me, so I researched it.
Oh, okay. You removed the little SD card or whatever that was in your tablet, didn't you?
No, it's false.
It wasn't in it when it got misled, was it?
It was.
Okay. You had a second phone in your car this day, didn't you?
I did.
And it was collected by Tomasi, the lady who was up here earlier, the CSI lady, right?
I assume.
It had a, 1 terabyte worth of memory on it, didn't it?
I have no idea of knowing.
I can pull a picture up and we can see the back of it.
I'm not doubting you, I just don't know.
Okay. Yeah. You zoom in? It's okay, it's not on that. Now in your deposition, and I thought it was a curious thing, in your deposition, Mr. Moss asked you about this second phone. You all didn't give that second phone to SLED, did you?
I believe Horry County had that phone. That phone was not being used. It didn't have a SIM card or anything in it.
My question was, you did not provide the second phone to SLED, did you?
We provided the phones that were operating, so that phone did not go because it was not being used.
Says you.
Sorry?
Says you. We have to take your word for it, right?
I assume that phone did not go to SLED. I don't believe that.
No, it absolutely didn't go to SLED, and you absolutely did not turn it over to SLED. But my point was, it says you that it was not being used.
It wasn't being used. It doesn't have a SIM card. It's been sitting in there for months.
Now, I was surprised to hear you say you couldn't look at the truck because you really thought it was something to be proud of. Your truck, your windshield, right?
I thought it was a kind of a shock thing, an awe thing.
Probably number 7. This is September 12th, 8:51 in the morning, 21/6/19.
Give my truck and his truck to a third-party towing company. They tow it to their location. We go there and we pick them up.
Where's that?
That might happen tomorrow.
Then you need to probably find out who can put a window.
I'm gonna leave that fucker in for a week and ride around with it.
Well,
No.
That's your mom and daddy you're talking to, right?
Yes.
You also told them that you enjoyed it, didn't you, killing Scott?
I don't recall the conversation, but I did make that comment.
And they told you to not tell Brad that you enjoyed it, right?
I don't recall that part of the comment, but
Okay.
it's in there.
That's fine. I'll refresh your recollection right now.
Okay.
Good. Same audio. 28. 23.
mean, I know y'all friends and everything, but you wouldn't want Bradley to accidentally slip up and tell somebody that you said that.
Yeah, I know. But
And then come back to the 30. Well, let's just go. But you actually told Bradley that you had a fucking blast, didn't you?
I did say that. I don't recall the conversation, but I did
But
say
you do recall denying it in your deposition, don't you?
I said that everything was pretty terrible.
Which is the opposite of having a fucking blast, right?
Yeah, I truly believe that in these days I was going through a traumatic event. I believe I was having kind of a trauma situation, and I was saying things that just made no sense, trying to cope, and using dark humor, trying to cope. But I'm not denying any of these things. I'm eating them. I'm telling you that these things were said.
But here's the thing, Mr. Boyd, your dark humor doesn't start till your reputation starts getting trashed. Till your story begins to fall apart. That's when you start getting upset, because you're not upset in these calls, are you?
No, I think this is probably a different form of trauma.
This is an audio 48. This is with Bradley on September the 12th, 2023 at 7:51 p.m.
Brother, I know it's fucked up to say, but I had a fucking blast. I know it's fucked up, but I'm a fucked up person.
Well, I mean, it is what it is.
I had a good time.
I go to 99, 17, 31, 31, 17.
To play the victim. That's the biggest thing, is Ken's made it very clear. You are the victim. Don't show sympathy, because what are you sad about? That it was you who lived and not him?
Yeah. Like I said, I feel hurt emotion, dude. No emotion there. I mean, I don't give a fuck.
Do you not remember me telling you, like 2 years ago, that there ain't nothing to shoot somebody?
Yeah, it really isn't. Like,
I told you that like 2 years ago. I forgot what conversation we were having. We were talking to somebody, and they were like, I just don't know if I can do it. And I said, there ain't nothing to it.
come on, Carr.
But it's over. It's fun. We got that experience. We got a stateside notch.
Yeah.
We should go get teardrop tattoos.
You know, I didn't want to say that. When we was going home from the farm, that's what I first thought was, we got to get teardrop tattoos or spider web or elbows.
We got to find somewhere on our body to put a teardrop. I'm doing it. Me and you are going to fucking do it. I don't give a shit. We're doing it.
Oh my gosh. Bad buddies.
Dark humor.
Now that you call it dark humor, right?
No, it's always dark humor. That's how I cope.
You giggle like a little girl when you're coping,
I do giggle.
especially when you're having fun, right?
I've had a very difficult time with all of this.
Oh, I can't
And
do
this
that.
was filmed, this was recorded in the immediate days after, when I am still in a state of confusion, shock, trauma, and I'm trying to cope best I can. I use dark humor. I have ups, I have downs. I'm crying, I'm laughing, I'm happy I'm alive, I'm paranoid. It is an up-down episode, and from everything I've seen, that is a totally normal situation for someone to be in after they go through something like that.
Well, that's right, because there's nothing to killing somebody, is it?
When someone's trying to kill you, it's the easiest decision you'll ever make.
When you told him 2 years before this that there was nothing to kill somebody, nothing to killing somebody, what'd you base that on?
We were having a conversation with somebody about if someone broke in your house and tried to kill you, do you think you'd hesitate? And my response was, I believe when your life is on the line and someone's ready to take it, it's the easiest decision you'll ever make.
Okay. There were a couple of questions about you, and you described where you were in the road when you took the photographs of Scott's truck, because your concealed weapon permit training told you to document everything. You remember talking about that?
Yes, sir.
And how you sounded like you just took one picture to me in your testimony, but you didn't just take one picture, did you?
No, I took several.
Okay, all right. And can you pull up the first one? I know that's terribly small, right? Hugh, can you zoom in on it? The time. 6:05:59, correct?
Yes.
All right, now go to the other one. 6:05:20.
Okay.
39 seconds, you're down there at that truck, right? At least, by these photos. Yes? You have to say it out loud.
Yes.
And when you told him the phone calls about taking pictures of the brain matter on Scott's dash, did you do that or were you just lying?
I think in the other photo, if you zoom all the way in, you can see some kind of stuff on the dashboard. Yes, that one. I think if you zoom all the way in, you can see.
All right, zoom in.
I think if you make a smaller square, it will zoom further in.
Do you want him to zoom in some more?
Well, I'm trying to show you what you're asking
Okay,
about.
well tell him. I don't mind you talking to him. Tell us where the brain matter is.
This one's actually heavily pixelated. I don't think it looks like this on the phone, but I believe there was something up in here
Like up on top of the dash?
somewhere. I don't know what it was. I just saw.
No, I'm just trying to clarify what you're saying. You're saying that up on top of the dash, like closer to where the windshield meets the dash, is where you say you saw it?
I don't really remember where I saw it. I thought it was somewhere near the vent.
Yeah. You can't see it in that picture, can you?
I mean, it is pixelated.
Now, you told the dispatcher, I think you said you wanted him to, when you said we're going to have to shoot him or we're going to have to put him down, I don't know, you said both after you told him you were after him, how serious the situation was, and you knew how serious it was, didn't you?
It was serious.
At the very beginning, you knew how serious this was.
I did.
And nonetheless, whatever distance you were, you continued to go after him. Those are the words you said here today.
I continue to follow him, yes, at various distances.
Various distances. And at times you went very fast over the speed limit to maintain that distance.
I did go over the speed limit. I don't know how fast I went.
I'm going to go to the map. All right. So this is the data downloaded from SLED. And I want to go back. It's the same as your map. It's just got the data points loaded on there. And you see right there in the center, Tractor Supply?
Yes.
Okay. And that's, Hugh, how about zoom on in? Zoom on in. Come on in. And we're going to pick this first data point. Click on the first one. It doesn't matter, that one. That works. All right? 17:49 and 28 seconds. Okay?
Okay.
In Exhibit 19, you said you had just sent the text at 5:49, and then you encountered Scott Spivey, right? Somewhere around there.
Now, I believed it was somewhere around there. That was the last text message I sent, and then they replied, and I never replied back.
I understand. Time you pull on Highway 9, right there after you came from Tractor Supply, based on your testimony today, you encountered Scott Spivey.
Cross-examination, you clarify the question.
Yeah, so somewhere around that, the way I understand it is, the last text message I sent was at 17:49.
That's right.
The next event, sometime around then, is when I did encounter Mr. Spivey.
Okay. Now we're gonna scroll on up, zoom out. We're gonna go to Pine Needle, because that's, Pine Needle is where Mr. Moss showed you the photos. You start talking about the brake checking event, right?
Okay.
You agree with that?
I don't know if that's where we talked about those things, but okay.
Come on up. Now, Hugh, how about stop 1 second? Just click on any one of these red points. So that one gives us a speed of 91.3 miles an hour, and that's at 17:51.
Okay.
Slow down. Go ahead, easy. All right, well, stop right there. So we're just now getting to Minuteman, right?
Okay.
You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And we know for a fact that you're after him by then, because you demonstrated here and you said, Mr. Moss asked, you said, words to that effect, were you on his ass there? Right?
Yes.
Okay. There's no question you're in pursuit by the time we get to Minuteman, correct?
I'm following him, yes.
Okay. Well, you told the dispatcher you were after him and he was running from you. Right? Come on.
At some point, he accelerated away from me with the truck.
Object, but we're doing all this talking. He didn't call, Weldon didn't call 911 until.
I'm getting to that. I'm getting to that.
Okay, well.
That's the point. I'm getting to it.
All right.
Keep going easy. There's Pine Needle. Now, zoom in, Hugh. Now go back down here to the bottom, Hugh. There's a camera looking to you. Click on that. That's that photo you told us about. Click on the photo for me, Hugh. And y'all marked that photo, didn't you? That's your photo. Bradley may have taken it, but you marked it.
I'll find it.
It's okay. We'll just keep going. I'm
I
just
think
trying
we
to...
put them up on the screen, we didn't hand up them.
Oh, okay. So, but this is, as we come into Pine Needle, go up to the next one. Remember you talking about that one?
Right.
That's your headlight shining there in the back of his truck, right?
I assume so, yes.
And this is the little crossover right there at Pine Needle, correct?
I assume so, yes.
All right, now back out. There's no question you're after him here, right?
I'm following him, but this is also when he's doing the slow back down and all that other stuff.
Okay. Well, he slowed back down because he was just going 100 miles an hour.
Well, I think that was before we got here. Can you click the speed on that dot?
Which one?
The green dot at the photo, please?
Right after he brakes? Yeah, click on the green dot after the photo. Out.
Click the yellow one.
57.
Click the yellow one. That's before he brakes.
Okay, click the yellow.
62, so I don't see 100 mile an hour there.
Well, trust me, it's there. I mean, I'll go back and go through it. But what I want, and we're going to get to what Mr. Martin's point. So scroll back out, Hugh, and I want you to crawl back up till we get, all right. So he's on up. He's on up. And look, whoop, stop right there. Can you get those speeds back up again? Either in or out? No. Come on up to, get up there to where the red starts, right there past the recycling center. Whoop, hold on. 90, 91. Come on. Click on any one of those red ones right there. That's a good one. That's fine. Any of them. 113 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
That was a yes?
Yes, sorry.
All right. Now we get right here. Zoom in right there. That's Marlowe Circle. That's the first place that you tell the 911 dispatcher that you're approaching when the call starts, right?
Okay.
You agree with that?
That's the first landmark I pass in name. I believe I called before we got there.
I don't disagree with that. You called about 52 seconds to my account because I was watching when Mr. Moss was playing it.
Okay.
And I'll tell you that we can count back 52 of those dots because they're one every second. And we can still see that we are way beyond where whatever started, right?
Right, yes.
Okay. And for you to be in whatever proximity that you are in relation to Scott Spivey, who has been going over 100 miles an hour, you got to be going the same speed, don't you?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
There's a lot of variables to that, I think.
When you saw him point the gun at Bradley's head, and you knew he was a danger and he needed to be gotten off the road, but you don't pick up the phone and call 911 for a long time, do you?
No, I get back on the road and then he's still messing with us.
And you're going fast, so you got to keep both hands on the wheel right there, don't you?
Well, I'm not on him here, Mr. Tinsley.
You agree with me that the 911 operator never asked you a single question that required you to tell him where Scott Spivey was?
My understanding of 911 is to do just that for them.
Okay, look, I get you going to try to fix every answer, but you agree, I asked you this in your deposition, he never asked you where you were, because you told the judge I was answering his questions, relaying the information, and that's not what was happening. You just tell him we're coming up on Marlowe Circle, and other than that, you don't tell him anything till you get to Camp Swan.
He asked me about a license plate. He asked me about the type of truck. He asked me about, I believe he asked about the type of truck. He asked about where he was turning off on. He was asking me information.
Location information.
Well, to keep eyes on him and to relay information to answer those questions, I have to be within his location.
You told the judge today, I'm relaying his location to 911.
Correct.
Not one single time, the judge will have the transcript, he's heard the audio already, I'm not going to play it again, but not one single time did you say where he was. You said, we're passing Marlowe Circle, unless he was there at Marlowe Circle with you.
No, I don't know what road he's passing because he's out in front of me. I'm letting him know where I am within eyesight of Mr. Spivey.
So when you told the judge that you were relaying his location, Scott Spivey's location, today in this courtroom, You just misspoke again, right?
I was relaying my location with Mr. Spivey in eyesight. I don't know if he's passing the road, what that road is, because I haven't gotten to it yet, Mr. Tinsley.
He testified today that Scott Spivey got out of his car, I wrote it down, steps into the oncoming lane and begins walking. Your deposition, you said he advanced on you.
He did advance on me.
Okay. He's not standing in the door of his truck when he begins to shoot, according to you, is he?
No, he's not.
He's at least moved to the back of his truck, if not beyond that, according to you, under oath right now. I'm just trying to get clear what you're going to say.
I believe he was, can I show you?
Yeah, feel free to show me.
As I can recall today, I believe he was, I don't know where the center, I don't think there's a center line. Is there a center line on this? I don't think there is one, is there?
That may be the center line, I'm not sure. I just want to know in relation to the truck, and I want you to put an X where you think about that he stopped.
I think he probably stopped somewhere around here.
Okay.
But the center line is not, the truck, both of our trucks were much closer to the center line.
Okay. And I appreciate that. I mean, but as far as stepping into the oncoming lane, is it now your testimony he didn't step into the
No,
oncoming
he
lane?
was in the incoming lane.
Okay. Frank McMurrow didn't run over him, right?
No, he did not run over him.
Okay. But as far as where he was standing there, that's not what you said the night of the shooting, is it? Because the night when you go back to the station and y'all are all sitting around with good old Alan Jones, you say he's standing in the door.
When he got out, he was standing in the door. And then he advanced towards us.
Okay, play it.
Where was he standing when he started shooting at you? So he opened the car door, and at that point I had stopped, and that's when I was trying to get back. Opened if this is the front of his truck. He opened the car door, he got out, and had his pistol, and just started doing. He was mouthing. I couldn't understand him, and I think that's what I was saying. He's got a gun. He's got a gun. He wrapped it, and that's when Bradley started hollering, back up, back up, back up. And I don't know why, but he did this like Matrix thing. He did like that. And at that point, I looked right down the barrel, and it started going off. And that's when I just brake pedal, drew my weapon, and I engaged.
Was he standing, I guess, behind his truck?
No, sir. The door would be right here.
So he was beside his truck?
He was beside his truck. And then after I fired, I kept firing.
Right. So
He was in the door, right?
I think the part I left out of that was he walked forward because I was trying to explain it.
Mr. Boyd,
The door would have been right here. He was not behind his truck, as in here. He was not behind his truck. He got out of his truck, the door's here, and he advanced forward.
Judge, all of these audio calls are in the record. I've cited to them. I can do this there's 8 hours of calls, and I can do this for hours. I'm going to rely on what we've put in the record. I don't think I need to play anymore to demonstrate what you've seen here is the case.
Or any of the lawyers, so I got some both from y'all, is there anything y'all mentioned, presented in this hearing for the last 3 days that's not agreed to? Everything's in.
Yes, sir.
Correct, I agree.
So all the recordings are in, all the depositions are in, everything's in for my consideration.
Yes, sir.
All right, record's clear.
Yes.
For purpose of this hearing.
The only thing that I was,
Well, yeah, you're right. For purposes of this hearing, nothing
All
further.
right, that's what you got, Mark.
I do agree with that. The 911 call we play from Boyd's phone. The 911 call for the 911 center is also the record that happened.
And that's when we had to mute or something when we were listening back to it. There's two calls. 911's version, his phone's version. It should be identical, but it's two recordings.
But you should have a,
Okay. Fair enough.
One was for MP3.
Hope to do that right. All right. You done?
I mean, yes, I think you understand.
I do. All right. Mr. Martin, come on. You've been up here closely listening. Your turn.
All right, Mr. Boyd, I want to go over a few things with you. First of all, the Dodge Ram truck that you had, besides being fast, is one that has some special soundproofing, doesn't it?
Correct.
Do what?
Yes, sir.
All right, explain to the judge the soundproofing characteristics of that truck.
To my understanding, that vehicle comes with extra sound dampening in the trim area and in the doors, and then the windshield itself has an additional layer of sound dampening. I don't know what they put in it, but it's a see-through sound dampening thing.
And that is in an effort to make that what could be a loud vehicle as quiet as possible.
To try and quiet down the supercharger noise for
Fair to
inside.
say it has extra special soundproofing characteristics.
That's the way I understand it.
All right. Now, that day, your truck you're driving, right?
Yes, sir.
Bradley's not driving.
No, he's not.
At no point in time does Bradley drive. Right?
Correct.
And we got a lot of the on the 911 call of the trip between 905 and Camp Swamp Road. Bradley's not telling you at any time how to drive, is he?
No, sir.
He's not telling you to try to catch up to him, is he?
No, sir.
Bradley did not tell you to turn down Camp Swamp Road, did he?
No, sir.
Bradley didn't advise you on how to drive or what to do, did he?
No, sir.
Bradley was just along for the ride.
Bradley was along for the ride.
And Bradley did at some point in time on the 911 call ask you to slow down.
Correct. The other truck was trying to get back next to us.
All right. And so Bradley asked you to slow down.
Yes.
That's part of the 911 call. Can you find that up, Ron?
Yeah.
I'm going to ask a couple more questions while he's working on that. But the pistol that you had,
Yes, sir.
you zero a pistol in, don't you?
You do?
In order so that it will hopefully hit what you're shooting at a particular distance.
Correct.
And your pistol was zeroed in at 7 yards. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
All right. Now, when you pulled into Camp Swamp Road, according to this exhibit, I guess it's evidence.
Got put on the back.
See it, Judge? There's not one on this. Maybe we need to put one on and enter it, I guess.
The CSI detective, young lady, that's her exhibit, or her drawing.
It is her drawing, and it's been testified to repeatedly.
the CSI report is in the exhibits, in page 11 of that in the CSI report.
This is a blow-up of page 11 of her report.
Okay,
I'm
all
not
right.
gonna say page 11.
If the court wants to cooperate, we'll do that.
Page
but I don't-
36, Mary Kay?
It's Exhibit 36, Your Honor, but it is a blow-up from one of the pages of Exhibit 19. which is
Okay,
the
I don't want to
CSI
get bogged down, I just don't
We all
want the
agree
record to
everything's
be
in.
clear. this blow-up of Officer Tomasi, which was supposedly drawn to scale, of where your car and where Mr. Spivey's truck was that night, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And he had pulled in and stopped as you turned in and stopped.
Yes, sir.
All right. And the distance between those vehicles, according to her scale, is 75 feet 7 inches, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so that'd be a little over 25 yards.
Correct.
All right, your pistol zero in at 7 yards, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, 25 yards, and I stepped it off, is from right here to the back of this courtroom. Okay? And then we can all measure it later if you want to verify my stepping off. But that would be the distance that was between your truck and Mr. Spivey's truck, right?
Yes, sir.
Roughly,
Yes, sir.
approximately. Okay, now your pistol's not zeroed in at 7 yards, is it?
No, sir.
You knew that, didn't you? I mean, it is zeroed in
It
at
is,
7 yards,
yes.
not 15, not 20, not 25
Sorry, I
yards.
got confused. Yes.
Yeah,
Right.
he asked you a question.
I just went for a ride.
Because I understand it, the question was asked before, 0 to 7, yes. Now we're talking about the distance between the trucks. And rephrase your question.
Correct. And my point is, you knew that when you came to a stop 25 yards away from Mr. Spivey, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And you could have pulled up right to him, couldn't you?
I could have.
All right, and if you wanted to be sure if some have alluded, and I ask you this because I'm defending Bradley and he's part and parcel of where we are, if you guys had had any agreement, or even you in and of yourself had decided, I just want to run him down and kill him, then you could have driven up to a range to where your pistol would have been deadly, couldn't you?
I would have closed the distance.
All right. And you stopped as quickly as you could, right?
I did.
All right. You got it? We're back to the 911 call.
Then he tried to slam on. And my buddy's like, what the fuck? And he's got a gun aimed at us next to us. Then he tried to slam on.
Do you know where it is in there, O'Brien?
You just said it.
And just say it.
You just said it.
See, I can't hear a good judge, but the fact is, did you hear it?
Yeah, I heard it.
Slow down, slow down.
And it's still on the screen, the last two slow down.
Hey,
5:14.
that's good. That's
Yeah,
good.
he said it 3 times.
Okay.
I got you, boy.
So it is a fact that if as far as anybody chasing, pursuing, following, trying to catch up to, Bradley is telling you to slow down. Isn't it?
Correct.
Slow, right?
Yes, and I slowed down.
Okay. Now, I want to go back. Mr. Tinsley asked you about the text with the 549 text to somebody. Who was that somebody about the car being picked up?
I believe Diane Alice.
All right. Now, and then he made a point to say, and it was that you had said that it was right about that time that you encountered Scott Spivey.
Yes.
All right. Now, you didn't encounter Scott Spivey up by Bell and Bell, did you?
No, sir.
You didn't encounter Scott Spivey until you got up near the Aberdeen golf course, did you?
After I crossed the river.
After you crossed the Walkamaw River,
Correct.
which is nowhere close to Bell and Bell, is it?
No, sir.
So, to clarify the record, was it around Bell and Bell that you ran into Mr. Spivey or was it past the Walkmore River up near Aberdeen?
It was past the Waccamaw, and I can explain the confusion there. We have an entire team of people helping me go through all this stuff, and people are relaying information to me. They're telling me times, they're telling me places. Mom's job on this part was to look at the text messages and see when the last one was sent, because it must have happened after that point. The last one she came back and told me was, your last text message was at 5:49, so your encounter with Mr. Spivey had to have happened after that
And it
text.
did, that's enough explanation. It did happen after that, didn't it?
It did.
It happened about 4 miles after that,
Correct.
didn't it? So there was no 9-mile chase, follow, pursuit, or encounter of any kind, was it?
There's never been a 9-mile chase.
That's all.
Do. All right.
Statements.
Yeah. Hey, you're all right. You got your lawyer up there.
Slow down comments, Brad. What was going on when you made those?
When he made those, Mr. Spivey was up here in the right lane, we were in the left lane, and we noted, I didn't notice it, Bradley noticed, I guess, behavior indicating that he was going to start trying to do what he was doing to us back here, where he was trying to get back next to us again, like Mr. Wright talked about. And I guess he saw it. I didn't see it yet. He saw it, and he was alerting me, slow down, slow down, slow down, so that I could start, and I did. And I started to back off and slow down to keep that distance, existing distance, about the same.
Anything in front of Mrs. Spivey's truck that required him to stop?
No, he had he kept hitting traffic. And
Well, let me improve my question. I'm talking about on Campus Walk Road.
no, when he turned, we went on, I saw that white truck turn, and immediately after, Spivey bolted across the right lane and onto Camp Swamp Road, and they went. It wasn't like they started doing, they went. So when I got up to Camp Swamp Road and I began my turn, I'm looking at the road sign, and then when I look back straight, he's there. The white truck is completely gone. There's no vehicle. He's there.
Nothing's in front of him.
In his lane, there's nothing in front of him all the way up.
All right. He stopped by the time the police got there.
Yes.
Anytime, in all these recordings and these texts, did you ask anyone at the Horry County Police Department to do anything to change the facts, manipulate the evidence, ever?
I have never asked any law enforcement officer in this entire ordeal to do anything for me.
And we haven't seen it in this courtroom, have we?
You're not going to see it. I didn't do that.
Now, some of these conversations we had would suggest that, for example, the conversation from Brandon Strickland, I sent the right people out there. From these records, we now know Alan Jones was on call that night, don't we?
We do.
He was the on-call detective for that part of the county.
That was who was coming to any situation regardless.
Brandon did not come, right?
Brandon did not come.
Have you learned in this investigation about Brandon contacting his boss, chief?
I was made aware of that more recently than earlier.
Okay. That night?
He did.
He said, Chief, you know what he said?
Now, I believe I was told this earlier on, but my memory's still bad then. But he told his supervisor what had happened, the phone call he got, and I believe he told him that he did not need to go out there because he did not want to cause any kind of issues.
Now, are you aware of whether or not Brandon Strickland called the solicitor that night?
That I don't recall.
Judge, I would suggest to you, this witness would not be part of those conversations, and it wouldn't really be appropriate for me to ask him what they said, because he wasn't a part of it.
And I agree with you.
But I would also suggest to you that it's been represented in this court somehow because of these phone calls that other people, comments they made. There's some suggestion that my client was receiving a favorable consideration, or that my client was receiving communication in response to some communication he
That
gave.
sounds like a good argument.
But it didn't happen.
But
I would ask.
I know what calls were made because y'all presented them.
Well,
I understand you can argue that. It can be argued the other way as well. And that's just part of what the court's got to do.
well, I understand.
That's when I start weighing.
Well, it is a good argument, and bear with me here, this is not a trial, but we will make some remarks. But because of the nature of this hearing, there's an investigation that may be germane to that piece of who called who that night. And I believe this court might be, the court might benefit from that information. And it will be public record, and I believe this court can acquire it and get it for the purposes of this hearing and this immunity hearing. My client won't have it, we won't have it, none of us will have it. But it is absolutely germane to this issue, and I believe the court can get it at the court's inquiry.
All right.
I have no further questions.
All right. You good? All right. That's it. You free to step down.
Thank you.
So we get it done today. We did.
Thank you.
Thank all y'all for sticking with it, because I wanted Mr. Boyd's testimony to be concluded in one day so that he didn't have to maintain his vigilance overnight. That's a tough thing to do. So we'll start anew tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, provided I'm not late again. All right. See you in the morning, 9 o'clock.